Hey everyone, this is Louis7, and today I am streaming the Lord of the Rings Online a little bit late for my scheduled time. I was just finishing up dinner and I just took a bit longer to eat than expected. But anyway, today is going to be, at least for me, the final day that I have available for preparing for the Before the Shadow mini expansion coming in 3 days, I believe. It's coming on Tuesday, November 15th. Pending another setback, but I don't expect that that will actually happen. So because this is my last day to prepare, the highest priority for my characters is going to be getting my Warden, the one I'm on right now, to the level cap. So that's what we're going to start off with, even though I am hoping that we can get to something, get to other characters, I mean, and not just spend the whole time on the Warden. Especially considering I only need one level, I could get that like really quickly if I wanted to, but I'm thinking I'd like to maybe start out at least with the Gunabad book quests. Of course, they aren't going to be the fastest way to level or anything like that, but it will be a start and something I want to do on this character anyway, so there's interest in the content with that. And I think with all the farming we have done earlier, missions and some experimentation, I think my level's gone up quite a bit. We're basically one level away since I'm towards the end of level 138. So while I try to find whatever it is I'm trying to find, which is Gunabad, that'd be Legacy of Dwarden and Trials of Dwarves. Hey, here we go. We have to go to the Iron Pass, and that's going to be in Bronak, and I don't think I have my outdoor Gunabad travel on this character, on this new main warden. So I will go to inside Gunabad. And Cassie, yeah, you were here before the stream started, and it probably doesn't help that I was so late. And wow, you're contributing to viewers again. That's amazing. I imagine if everybody had this stream up twice, I would have like twice the viewers as normal. Apparently I have some allegiance stuff. Oh, Jelruka. I guess we can claim that. I don't intend to do the allegiance. The first little bit that I did on Louisden and whatever you have to do to unlock the missions is quite boring to me, so it's kind of hard to get me motivated to do that. I also, this is something, just was looking at my outfits on this character, a little bit random thing, but let's see, I think, no, it might actually be due to the, what are those things called? These things. Okay, let me take both of these off and see what the deal is with those. Okay, they still have a blue glow, but they are green weapons, which it's really hard to find green weapons, at least in my experience. So I just had this outfit that's green. I don't necessarily think this is my favorite for a warden. Sometimes I could be in the mood for it on this character. But yeah, having the green weapons is actually kind of neat. I don't have a green shield though, so that's one problem with this outfit. As far as outfit I would use today, I think this one's okay. It's a little bit more of a colder weather outfit that I have on this character besides this one, but that's more like casual clothes outfit. Or this one, hard to go wrong with this one. But maybe I'll start with a cold outdoor one since we'll be there. Okay, we need to go to the outside, Central Bronak. That sounds perfect. Hello, Belwyn, as well. Also, I forgot, here's a cat. But I forgot that I wanted to share my Discord on the stream. It's been a long while since I've done any sort of promotion for that, so I even have to find out how to get the link for that again. But I did want to share that I've made a few adjustments to the Discord server. We got a few new, I'm calling them staff members now, a mix of like moderator and admin. And then we also, I changed the way the server starts because we have had some issues with spam, unfortunately. Which I guess is a sign of success for the server, I don't know. But anyway, I wanted to go ahead and link that just for anybody that is not aware. I do have a Discord server, and we hopefully have some exciting stuff and a place you can discuss. It's largely Lotro is what people typically discuss there, but anything somewhat related, whatever people in my community want to talk about, really, it's open to that. And if you are also looking to be a moderator or otherwise just help with the server, and perhaps even some functions with it, in the announcements tab on the server, the announcements channel rather, you will find a link for an application to become a staff member. I thought that would be easier than just promoting random people. That particular link is expired. Well, that doesn't help. Let me edit invite link. It's supposed to expire never, but I'll just generate a new link and try that. That's the one I've had linked in my YouTube description this whole time, so that ain't helpful. Maybe I'll have to go through all my descriptions and make sure the Discord link's up to date. But there we go. I will pin the new one. We'll replace pin message, and I'll just delete the old one so nobody gets confused. But yes, in that you can also find the application to be a staff member if that is something that interests you. Anyway, I think that's it for the announcements with the Discord server. And of course the cat is here to help. I'm trying to find, I think I lost OBS. There we go. I don't necessarily need it up, but I feel weird without it up now. These cats really act like they're just attention starved all day. And then it's like finally their chance to be pet. Well, at least this cat, Piper, when I start streaming. Okay, anyway, we will go ahead and... Yeah, that is cats for you, true. But I need to head northeast, so while I catch up on the comments, northwest that is, not northeast. While I catch up on the comments and try to keep the cat. The moment I stop petting her, she bumps the microphone. There we go. Good evening, Bella. So yeah, with the moderators, I am depending on how they fill out the application. We've only had a couple people apply, and they're people that I already knew, or even already knew moderated other servers, so it's been easy so far, but yeah, I think it would be helpful to have more staff members, especially anybody that's interested in, like, I would say improving the server, because I honestly don't use Discord all that much. I try to be interactive when I can on the server, but it could probably be a little bit more. Also, streamer mode turned off, so I'm getting a whole bunch of notification sounds right now. I need to turn that back on. I had to turn it off to do some like edit, and I have no idea why. There we go. Yes, Piper is demanding to be the center of attention, and I think I needed to turn north at some point. Just scratching her ears. I have to come back here. I'm probably going to focus even more so on the book quests and actually mostly ignore side quests unless they happen to get done. Like if I ran past that one in the past, I probably just would have defeated those 10 mobs, but since I feel a little bit more just on the path of wanting to do the book quest, I will, yeah, pretty much just do the book quest. That will be the focus for this character to start, at least. Yeah, before the shadow, that should be fun. I'm expecting it to be fun. It's kind of interesting when I think about what I'm excited for with Before the Shadow. My thoughts have not always immediately gone to the new level 1 to 32 zones, like just the new zones, which is kind of crazy because typically that's what I'm most excited for, but I made a whole video on this, of course, but the trait point change is like what I'm most excited about. So when I think of Before the Shadow, I just think of all the potential with these characters rather than us having these two pretty large zones, new story quests, new stories in the zone, new basically low-level new player experience. There's going to be, yeah, starter experience is probably a better way to put it than new player. But there's all that sort of stuff that's exciting with it as well. Even 10, I feel like this is a fairly big feature that I just haven't promoted enough, but you'll be able to track 10 quests. There are only 8 colors, so at least when I played the beta, there were still only 8 colors, so that's not ideal, but it's still going to be really nice to have that. And then we need to go down, and we need a scout between, so we need to go to the opposite end of the zone. That's kind of funny. I don't remember that on Louisden because I was doing all the side quests and it probably didn't seem like a big deal. It's not really a big deal now, but it's just kind of funny. Defeat 4 beasts on your way from the northwest corner of this giant zone to the southeast corner of this giant zone. Like, I have to go way down there. And ideally not walk in pillars, but I am being very lazy with the controls here, so I can pet the cat. I just keep scratching that same ear. I wonder if she ever feels imbalanced, but that's like she's on my right side, so what am I supposed to do? And if I pet the other side, she's like, that gives her closer access to the microphone to bump it. Hey, she actually chose my hand there. I stopped petting her for a second. I don't even know if y'all can see me, but I stopped petting her there for a second and she went for my hand. Let's see. Oh yeah, if you're on a trip and dealing with the water heater mess, that's probably going to be tough to try to play on launch day. Fortunately for me, Tuesdays are fairly clear in the afternoons, at least this season, so I should be able to play that. She is pretty big, but I guess you can see me. Was that, did I say if you can see me? I maybe meant if you can see her. So Massey, you've been wanting to play Brawler and like to play and progress sort of slowly. It could be worth starting on Treebeard, especially if you want that slowdown. As far as I know, the Treebeard though, the population's a little bit lower than it once was. Oh, we have to fight some Grimm's Piper. Very grim times indeed. Just like the old forest, it's the roots that cause all the real trouble. She actually lasted a few seconds without going for the microphone. A lot of people in kin. Last time she went for my hand as well, which was like at my keyboard. So yeah, other than the Warden, just for some reference depending how things go today again, I am thinking that... What did I get? Oh, I completed a quest, I guess. I was wondering how I got 600,000 XP, but I think that is from quest completion. But some other classes that I wanted to get to today, I think it's pretty easy to choose like Guardian. I wouldn't mind trying to log into my Minstrel and Lore Master just to get some sort of reference on them for before the Shadow. And then actually wanted to look more in detail. I know the Burglar are getting some changes. From what I remember seeing, it's not like, I wouldn't quite call it a revamp, especially not the level we've recently seen with Minstrel, I think, Lore Master. Those two classes that have had the two, I would say, relatively bigger revamps in the recent past, but there are some decent changes, and I think some will have somewhat decent impacts. I don't remember much about balancing, like how much they're changing the damage aspect of the burglar, but they are changing some of the way abilities work, and I think some quality of life things. Again, overall pretty minor from what I remember reading, but could be a good idea to just check out the burglar and look at the list of changes and see how things work nowadays to give my mind a refresher on that. Okay, we need to defeat 4 beasts. I did a really great job at traveling to the exact opposite end of the zone, but I did a really bad job at defeating beasts. So let's round a few up here. Actually, wow. Landed in camp, got the Stamina Master. And Cat can have reign over the microphone for a minute. Alright, there's a decent chance I'm in combat with 1 beast still after all that. I'd be kind of impressed if they're all still following me, but we actually do have 3 here. We also have some lag. Oh, there are 4. We're having really bad lag. This game does not want me to press Control 2. JM, probably you're wondering for level 50 what you should do to get good gear. Well, I would say quest would be a great way, starting Moria quests and Eregion quests if you don't quite want to do Moria yet. And also Walls of Moria, right between Eregion and Moria. So those all have good pieces of gear at that point. Otherwise, from the skirmish camp, if you have enough marks and medallions, there are raid sets that would be kind of okay-ish, or old sets of armor that would be kind of okay-ish. And then the other big thing, probably your best source of gear, actually would be crafting, if you're able to craft yourself level 50 gear. Or even level 42 crafted gear would be perfectly fine at that point even. And I say 42 just because that's like a very easy set to craft yourself if you are up to that tier. That would be master tier for crafting. You might also look into having somebody else craft your gear. There are a lot of friendly players that would probably be able to do that, especially if you can offer some resources or something for it. Okay, we are going to Imak on the narrow way. Oh, right here. And then we talk to Vinko. And also we have a little bit of lag. Read the crumbled parchment. Maybe. Maybe we'll read it. What do y'all think? Oh yeah, so the other reason I was going to that but never actually got to it. The other reason to like just start with Walls of Moria at that point is because you'll need that for your legendary items anyway. Defeat Ingmarum. That I can do. I think there are Ingmarum pretty much anywhere, but the question is, like, Unseen in the Ice, do any of those have me do specifically Ingmarum? I actually wish this had it on the map, because I think there's mainly giants here. I know there are a bunch of Ingmarum in different places, but it actually would be helpful to have that track on the map. When normally I like wouldn't care as much, in this character's particular case right now, that would be indeed helpful. Trying to knock my cup of milk off. Maybe it would be best if I actually just... Oh, it actually is showing on the map. Why wasn't it showing on the map before? Was I just blind that whole time? I won't eliminate that as a possibility. What I'm definitely still seeing is lag. I don't know why it's so bad today, but hopefully if you all did not know, there are some changes coming before the shadow that might improve lag. Hopefully those changes actually do improve lag and work well. That would be quite exciting. Especially like the My experience with lag in LOTRO lately has been the high level characters in general get the most lag. I know back a couple to a few weeks ago when they were working on stuff, I've had a lot on lower level characters as well. But I've just noticed since going to Landrival and any sort of Gundabad gameplay, it's been quite laggy. It has been improved from the first few weeks on Landrival when, again, they were doing all those different changes in the background, different things. Oh, I was going to travel to the camp. Let's see. Yeah, I think just Muster and Noblegate will be better. But yeah, Sandy, it has been a bit laggy this past week when I have played as well. It just seems to be, in my experience at least, a bit worse on the higher level characters. But hopefully with their changes to, I think, some of the way deeds work and things like that, we will have a better experience before the Shadow launches.
Durin's folk shall endure, as we always have.
At least I'm taking advantage of the Warden and quickly mustering to Mirrorgrind, a hub with a lot of swift travels, and then I'm able to go right back out. Seems kind of ridiculous that I can go inside Gundabad then outside Gundabad to get here quicker than I could just ride my mount here, but that's what happens when you're a Warden and Middle-earth has swift travels. I thought I'd just run to the camp to the west because I know there are a lot of mobs that I need for the quest there, and then I can get that side quest done. In the Before the Shadow update, you will not be able to put level 130 essences in level 140 gear, which honestly to me just makes sense, so I am perfectly fine with that. I think it's a little bit more of a complex problem than that. I think the bigger problem Standing Stone Games has is they... This is gonna... Wow. I have no idea how I survived that. But what they should probably ask themselves instead of, should we just not let people put level 130 essences into 140 armor, they should ask, why are people putting level 130 essences into level 140 armor? And instead of changing the essences in 140 armor, they should make something for level 140 that you want to put level 140 essences in your level 140 armor while you're doing level 140 content at level 140. But that's just my thoughts on it. To me, it just makes more sense that way. But perhaps this is a band-aid fix. I'm perfectly fine with that as well. Oh, I should get rid of that one. This character has gotten to a point, I know he's level 139 and these mobs are lower level, but it's very similar to the experience on Luiden where I can't run through landscape quite as recklessly as I was able to in like Pit of Stonejaws, for example, right before this zone. I totally overfilled my mouth. Y'all did not see that. I'm not used to drinking with an open cup during streaming, but somebody's gotta drink that leftover milk from dinner. And yes, no trigger essences, the level 130 trigger essences in your level 140 gear after the update. Well, got the side quest done, got that objective of the book quest done, and we are ready to go. Bring the orders to... Oh yeah, it actually does work out. I forgot about this part of the book quest, but now that I see it, I remember it now, because we had to go here anyway. Daniel, glad you are able to watch live. Feeding in Evendim. Your favorite thing about Evendim is leaving it? Oh, you don't like Evendim. A lot of people seem to like it. To me, it's a really long zone with a lot of different things, which actually I think is a good thing about it, but then it's to me, not the most amazing zone. I like other zones better, basically. But I also, there's a lot of zones that I would prefer Evendim over. Well, whatever I did with all this running, that got me what I needed for the quest. This Worsted buff, I just can't talk about it enough. I know it's a bit old at this point. I'm just so surprised how little people have talked about it since it happened. I wonder if it's because there were no patch notes about it and it was silent, but if anybody missed what I'm talking about with the Worsted buff, I made a video on it. I would probably direct you to that. Got some junk to sell. I should probably also log in to Dwarden at some point, and just in general in the future. Well, I'll log into him. That's another thing I have to do. I actually want to transfer all the stuff from Dwarden to the new Main Warden, Louis here, the character I'm playing right now. So that is another thing just on the list for things to do today. Okay, this is the Dreer Spire. Oh yeah, the final quest of Carbronak, if I remember correctly. We still have quite a bit to get to where Dwarden was. I don't know that I'll get to all of that today, but with the focus being on book quests, it will be a little bit slower in terms of leveling, but like once I get 140, I will feel pretty happy with what I've done today.
I'll not complain, but it is strange. Over here, a side door we can use. This side door seems promising and unguarded. Onward, but remain alert.
This looks like the location of a mission.
Fine.
Or is a mission a location of this?
No.
Oh yeah, Evendim, restrictive paths.
I'm not sure. Maybe it was nothing.
I could kind of see that for portions of it, because it's a little bit of a mountainous terrain and obviously has a big lake and some rivers in it.
What happened to you, Kovira?
Oh, I remember doing the same thing on Dwarden and having no idea what happened. I think I failed for some reason. I have to actually pay a little bit of attention to what I'm doing.
Algar called it the Fell Graver.
Let's go. Where have
We'll follow them up, and then I think when we get inside, because that's obviously where I failed, but I think that's when I'll have to start paying a bit more attention.
they quiet?
You know I fear nothing, but there's something wrong with that artifact.
Still like the visuals we have in Gundabad.
But it is strange.
I only carried it for a short time, but even that was too long.
Over here, a side door we can use.
This door seems promising and unguarded.
I saw Howard.
But
I agree.
she died months ago.
Okay, so we talk to him.
Saw her standing not 10 feet
Proceed
away,
with
just as she
caution.
was in life.
Onward, but remain alert.
But how?
And then here we go, avoid being seen by Ingmarum cultists.
Fell Graver showed her to you?
Fine, but don't be
And I will just stand here with iMac. That seems like a good way to avoid being seen.
No, I'm not sure.
Yes, Bella, that's actually exactly what this area is. You're saying that it's a strange cross between Dwarven and Ingmarum architecture, and that's because it is a cross between a Dwarven area, Gundabad, and an Ingmarum area, and Ingmar. So we have, if I can even get to it on the map again, we do have a clash of Ingmarum and Dwarven stuff. In fact, these are Ingmarum right there that I'm not allowed to be seen by. I don't know how they're not seeing that dwarf right there though.
Like it, Monire. You know I fear
The giants are fun to fight in Evendim.
with that artifact.
And a Newman also would probably be one of my highlights in Evendim. I do find, oddly enough, a Numenos sometimes feels restrictive because you have to have that NPC wander around with you to do all the quests. I kind of get why it works that way, but to me, I would probably prefer a Numenos if you could just get all those quests at once.
I saw
It kind of works out the same way that you'd like go to an area, do the quest there, but I guess it's a little bit inconvenient just having to keep up with that NPC, and it can be fairly easy to miss something that way. Especially if you don't know what all the quests are, you could kind of lock yourself out of some content unintentionally.
but I am glad Ruron has taken it away.
What does he plan to do with it?
There are some wars
Especially considering that was stating it would have been at the time Turbine. It was one of their first, I think, larger cities that you could roam around like that. It definitely was pretty impressive.
Well, good luck to him.
I also did like the more difficult enemies they had spread throughout. Hello, the Yolt Man. Glad you were able to catch me live as well, sitting here hiding from the Ingmarm so we don't fail the quest again. Looking at my full inventory, that I'm going to have to actually deal with that later today because we are going to be sending basically all my Warden stuff over from Louisden to this character when he hits level 140, so that my new main Warden is actually my main Warden. I have so much cat fur on my keyboard. No idea how that happened. Okay, we are going south, I believe, and not... That's too slow, I need to get on my worsted. Not north. For level 105 gear, if you wanted to maximize your character, Andrew, at level 105, you would have to grind for essences, but you don't necessarily have to, especially depending on like the content you're running. Someone watches. Uh-oh. Well, I'm way up here. So hopefully they didn't see me if that was the issue. I don't think it was, though. There are also nowadays some alternative sources to gearing at level 105. From what I remember when we just went through that on Nor not too long ago, but I ended up using mostly essence gear because on Nor we were at the cap for a couple months and I was able to get a decent bit of essence gear. And yeah, you should be able to use the skirmish camp essences. I think a lot of those low level pieces don't have these restrictions. I think the trigger essences are a bit special because they have special effects that make them strong. And we don't have like something at level 140 to choose over that if you're just able to get the trigger essence effect. That was actually... For some reason, I thought I remember there being more involved with that quest.
The Longbeards are under attack.
Oh,
We must come to their aid.
we're back in Matagard? Well, maybe this is it. I just would have thought the trait point, the virtue XP, the... What did I get here? The necklace, all of that would have been after, I guess, what is coming up here. But this is chapter 8.1, so we did start a new section. We went back inside Gundabad. We're now in Matagard. Looks like some orcs have tried to take over Maregrind.
My friend, is that you?
Too bad, some of these orcs are just very OP. They don't even get hit by my abilities. Skirmish Camp will get updated in the near future. I would hope so, but I don't have the highest hopes for it actually being updated in the near future. I think it should be. The Skirmish Camp, I think, has a lot of potential. It's kind of annoying because they have the system of marks and medallions, and they basically replace that with the system of embers and motes. So we kind of have these two systems, with one being very old and not updated, and being a lot more general in the past, and the new one being a lot less general. So I don't know, I still think there's some exciting stuff they could do with a skirmish camp, but it's probably a bit tough considering just how many marks and medallions you get from content. They might have to restructure the reward system with that, but then they'd also run into issues with some people having just an absolutely insane amount of marks and medallions. Then whatever they put in the skirmish camp could just be gotten super easily and without much question. I think a lot of players, or at least a few players, would complain about this, but perhaps a marks and medallion squish could be useful. Like, as much as players, including myself, complain about caps on resources, this is basically one of the reasons they put caps on resources, things like embers, motes, etc. I think there are ways around the cap. Like, you could have the embers mote system without a cap. I think it could actually work, but it seems like with the way Standing Stone Games does things from their perspective, it is easier to just have a cap than do these workarounds. The workarounds that I would envision would be like, when you have a new, basically have a new level cap, have a new expansion to prevent people from hoarding embers from the previous expansion for the new one and just getting new level cap stuff. Like, if we have a level 150 expansion, the way they could prevent people, if they did not have an embers cap, from hoarding embers for the level 150 cap is to do something crazy like convert them to motes. I think they actually did that some previous updates or expansions, but then did not do that. They like set a precedent for doing that then. If I remember correctly, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but they did not convert embers for Gundabad. But yeah, I also have a low amount of marks because I spent all of them, like every single last one, when we did when they got rid of the reputation stuff. So basically, since the reputation update, this is for people that cannot see, which I don't blame you if you cannot see, but 72,500 marks and 24.5k medallions. And hello, Ivan. Things are going pretty well here as we watch Gorgar the Ruthless be all ruthless and we do nothing about it for some weird reason. Like, we have basically a full raid here. I don't understand why we can't just, like, go attacking him. I got a Warden shield. I can block his hammer, right? Look, he doesn't even see me. He's just talking to Durin. I could gut him with my spear and javelin right now. And, I mean, he'd just be taken care of. But then we can't have him later. Hello, Evie. Weekend is going well. And yeah, you gotta let the evil people talk about their evil plans. Evil orcs too, not just, I mean, are orcs people? I guess that is a whole separate question. The easy way to treat people is to click the ones with rings. I don't know if there's some sort of quota you have to hit. I really forget. Seems like you should have to click everyone, but I don't know if you do. Dang. A lot of these guys are dead. 2-year mark. I actually have no idea what the different channel member marks are. I thought as a channel member you could just select which one you wanted, but I guess that maybe is not the case. But yeah, I see you have that would be Lore Master's Fire Lore icon now. I wonder what the top one is. Evil hobbits. That would be funny.
Gorgar will pay for this.
It's just so hard to see. Well, I was going to say it's hard to see hobbits being evil, but
Grant me this boon.
yeah, Lotho, Sackville, Baggins, and there's also all the hungry hobbits and nosy hobbits.
We will find the entrance to Gloomington beyond the orc-infested cavern of Deepscrave.
Okay, to Gloomingtarn. That means we have to go to Deepscrave, or I could just spend a mytho coin. Although it's at the entrance, might as well just go to Deepscrave at that point. My favorite Gundabad zone. New update is scheduled for November 15th, Pavel. I believe Gollum was a river hobbit. I think that's how it worked. Maybe. Yeah, the Boogons. They're pretty close. Boogons are kind of close to evil hobbits. They made a big point in the game, though, to say they're not hobbits.
Have you a moment?
I was very sad to find that out. We can go to the elevator. That's probably the easiest way, especially now that I'm already on this path. Level cap will, yes, still be level 140. We'll have 4 new level cap content though, the Skirmish. Eventually the 6-man instance will be a bit after the Skirmish, and then there will be the delving system with the missions. I'm still guessing the delving system will be like for the efficient way to go about it. Will be just to farm it with 2 people, because it'd be significantly easier to have 2 people in a mission instead of 1. You have like twice the production basically, if not more, due to the whole way support works in Lotro. I actually do have a little bit of a decent ride, but it's okay, we can make it. Oh, that guy's stuck in the water. Well, if he's stuck in the water, I'm gonna be stuck in combat. I might as well get some kills out of it. And Andrew, you asked about running Thickle Gundu, and I might, but I don't anticipate that I will need to run that. But yes, if time gets short, that would be the plan for this character, is probably just Thickle Gundu. Unless I see Dan's Adventures on. I know he's been in the chat, but he's on in-game. Might ask him if he wants to run missions. If I did it solo, I would do Thickle Gundu, and if I did something... I should actually try, can you run a duo version of Thickle Gundu? I'd just be curious about that. No, that's only 1 in 6. They must have started adding the duo options after the level 120 cap. Because if I remember correctly, Arid Mithrin, update 23 is when they first added the solo option for dungeons. And then the new ones after that also had... it was like a solo/duo. Anyway, I think I'm going too far. Wait. I don't even think I needed to go to the ground level. I'm making a big mistake here, guys. I think. Maybe. But I don't think I needed to go to the ground level. I think I need to be on that level. This is not good. Where's my milestone? Grumakath? Where is Grumakath? Will you need to farm deeds or anything other than Lotro points? Oh, 4, yes! Virtue XP, you still get that from deeds. You won't need to farm deeds for Virtue XP, but the deeds are probably still one of the better sources of Virtue XP at this point. They're very slowly but surely adding more ways, which is good. I still think there could be even more ways for Virtue XP, but it has been better lately. Alright guys, we made a little oopsie there. It's fun to be in Deepscrave, so I don't mind. From deeds, will you get Virtue XP? So they're not changing anything with Virtue XP and Before the Shadow. That will be from deeds just the same way as it is now. In Pavel, I am running Yellow Line. That's pretty much all after level 85. I pretty much just exclusively play Yellow Line on the landscape. It's rare, but sometimes the Blue Line. Typically not the Red Line, though. Alright, I vote this time we go the same, not the same, whoops, a different direction, not the same direction. That's what I meant to say. Red line's not bad. I just prefer yellow line because it's better for ranged and can just go through things a bit faster. So you will not get virtue XP by leveling. You will get that by, again, the same way as previously, through deeds, missions. I think various festival stuff will get virtue XP and a few different things like that. Definitely easy, Sandy, to get lost in Gundabad. Especially when you get to this zone. It was fun getting lost in this zone to me, but it's definitely easy too. If you're wondering, Dwarden, I really have no idea what that name, how to pronounce it, but the trait points, that's what's changing. And before the shadow, you will get those from leveling. Yeah, I think you're talking about trait points. So virtue XP is a totally different thing. Virtue XP is for your virtue traits on the bottom tab here, but what's changing is the trait points. How you get these, which was from class deeds, some zone deeds like West Rohan and all the sort of stuff like that. So with the trait points, you will get those retroactively, yes. And it will be based on your character level, and just as you level up, you'll get trait points. It's going to be a little bit... It's not like you get one trait point every single level. It'll be spread out a little bit by the levels, but all you really need to worry about is you level up, you'll eventually get 98 trait points at level 140.
Have you a moment?
Pavel, you're wanting to see my build. I'll have that up. I also need to spend a trait point. I think this would put me to 95. I feel like I'm missing a trait or something. Oh well. I'll put that. We're at 95 and that is what I'd use. Otherwise, book quest. Examine the... Actually, I have to go back. That's why I pulled up the map, so I can look at the book quest, make sure I am actually doing that one. I think this is the other runestone. Must feel very unspecial being a runekeeper and just having all these various runestones. Or makes your runestones as a runekeeper feel less special. That's at least how I would feel. I'm so excited to get to that quest. I've heard there's a quest to kill 100 wanting Marim here. That would be, if there was a quest like that, that would be like the best quest in the game. Georgie? Yeah, I definitely would not have guessed that. I just also didn't think it would be as simple as like D-O-R-D-E, which is kind of ish what it looks like. Anyway, I'm also just bad playing, pronouncing names. Hello, Pedro. Oh, you started playing this game because of me as well. Well, hopefully you do enjoy it. And hopefully you also enjoy having your trait points without having to do all the deeds in the update. I really like this zone, Glooming Tarn. It feels very open for, being stuck in a cave type zone. Guess I should go ahead and get the Stable Master and set this place my map home for now. I also am not sure that this character has actually discovered Den of Puglok yet, but I might have. Yeah, I have not. So this character actually still needs to discover that, so we might do that as well. I believe I should get a quest from the camp to do that. Yeah, clearly, I just didn't even bother picking those up. Epic Story is not going to be deleted in the new expansion. But the trait points that you got from them, as Sandy said, that's what's getting changed. There's Dinah Buglok.
Gundabad will be ours once more.
Yeah, I think Lotro is a great game to not think about too much with min-maxing. And dot/period. You're wondering what changes am I hoping to see wardens when they get some work done on them? I think there are a few interesting changes they could do. I would love, this would probably require a bit of a significant rework, but I would probably love if the yellow line were made to be more ranged and actually want to stay in the range stance most of the time, instead of how it is now, mostly in the melee stance. This is in group content, just to clarify. On the landscape, I pretty much stay in the range stance for the most part, besides some laziness where I could switch to melee, but pretty much always in range. The thing is, in group content, like where mobs survive longer than just a few hits, I am always, most of the time that is, I am in the, most of the time I'm in the melee stance. So I'd love to see a yellow line warden that's more about range. But one of the things I would really like to see that would require some drastic changes and would enable some drastic changes like that would be seize the moment become warden wide. I don't know, maybe that could even be a bit much for tanking warden, but I would love to see seize the moment in some form be not exclusive to the yellow line warden. Otherwise, I think just an obvious easy answer is that I'd like tanking to be viable. Like, I'd like the warden to be viable. But yeah, with more specific changes, that was seize the moment. I was not the biggest fan of sweeping, but I think they have improved that. I do like the idea, though, if they made it even less RNG, and if No Mercy had just, for example, 100% chance to not consume the bleed on the primary target when you sweep. I would probably prefer that. But I do like having spear sweeping, adds a little bit more dynamic to the class. Book quest is to the northwest, okay. My mouth is sticky and the water is not helping. So Vinay, you're barely... Oh, you're just going to barely hit 50 when the expansion drops. Is there anything in this expansion you'll get to do? Missions, skirmishes, and instances you'll have, or instances, there will eventually be a 6-man at some later date. According to Cordovan, the wording we got was a few weeks.
This is the cavern where Dwarden the Deathless awoke, first of all the dwarves.
So there will still be a bit, but it's going to, yeah, pretty much be limited to the missions, which I think there will be 40 of those to start, it sounded like. And then I heard, so this kind of counters my beta experience, but what we heard from Orion recently was that it would be 13 to 14 rotating a day, which would make sense for like 3-day rotation. If you had 13, 13, 14, that would be 40 missions. But that was not what my experience was like in the beta, so I don't exactly know how the missions will work once it's fully up. We'll eventually find out, but either way. Yeah. And yes, they do have a Spear Swiffer. Maybe that's what they should call, they should add a new trait, and we have Spear Sweep, Quick Sweep, No Mercy, and then we could have Spear Swiffer as the last one. Bree and Shire Rep is not going to be deleted in the new expansion. here we go. We have a vote from you, Dwarden, on Evenden being your favorite zone so far, it sounds like. Yeah, I don't imagine they'd ever do away with reputation as well. I think some players have complained about how long it takes to get reputation, especially for non-level cap zones, and I could definitely agree. Like, when you used to have to farm reputation for older level caps as a form of endgame content, still having to do that can definitely be annoying. I believe that is the case, Bella. This zone has the... Did I really go to this just for nothing? I am... See, I'm just playing the map game. I'm not even paying attention to what quest I'm doing or why. Alright. I'm gonna go way back north. While we go north, I'm going to try and go on auto run and get me a fresh, colder water. The straw has been through the dishwasher twice, so hopefully it's clean. Well, it looks like we made it here mostly safely. Except I don't know where I needed to look. There we go. Wow, that actually worked perfectly.
The island in the lake is called the Stone of Wakening.
Wait, did my goat start doing 360s? Or did it almost do that? Red circles as quest director. There are red circles here. They look kind of red for one on the quest tracker. Y'all had me concerned that I missed something very amazing. I would love to see my goat just randomly do 360s while I'm AFK. On auto run, that is. Oh, Goat Simulator. I've heard of that. I've never played it though. This is a very narrow bridge though. Surprised the dwarves can fit through it. Oh yeah, wardens do shout a lot. If you really want, you won't hear any sound, but if you press Alt-R, you can filter sounds. So if you just have press Alt-R, go to the bottom one for sounds, and if I move this out of behind my head, you can press record any sounds that come up, which would include warden shouts at some point. I'm having a lot because I'm also moving. But, like if I stop moving, you'd hear all the cave sounds and the such that are being played. You can find the warden shouts if you wanted to get rid of them. Okay, what do we got to examine here? Ah, the white stone forge. Wait, little hobbit girl screams. I don't play a hobbit when I play my minstrel, Cassie. Or are you saying that my elf Gru sounds like a little hobbit girl? Okay. I forget which character is taking all my LI stuff, but I had a character taking all my LI stuff. I think it was my lore master. Okay, one of the characters I want to play, but this will clear out a lot of inventory space because I have a lot of generic LI stuff, and oh, I guess that's bound to count, but a lot of generic LI stuff I just keep until I need it. There's no reason to open it, even though technically it would be upgrades for this character. I'm only going to use that when I need it because I can save it for like level 150, for example. I could just open those at level 141 and be set on the next expansion next fall, and kind of that sort of stuff, really. Sure, Louis the Lore Master, but this stuff that's specifically level 131, I might as well open that on this character at this point. Okay, so I thought I had more generic LI stuff, but not quite. So we're going to open, how about Tracery? Well, let's finish this quest. Oh, here we go. 101 Ingmarum. This is like, I heard about this quest. It has to be the best quest in the game. I don't remember any other quest that has you kill 101 things. I don't know if people are familiar with this quest, but just for reference, I have done it before. And I'm sort of replaying the excitement that I initially had when I went through this on Louisden. I was so excited to have a quest have you kill 101 Ingmarum. That's the way I am with a lot of zones, Bilal. You said you recommend Moria, especially if you've never done it. At least experience it once. That's the way I feel with a lot of LOTRO zones. Even if some of them don't end up being my, say, favorites. Do you want to go to the north camp or the southwest camp? We'll go southwest. I mean, we're just here killing Ingmarum for a book quest. Maybe I should have made me chicken broth. Like, my mouth is just sticky today. Like, hopefully it's not too bad, but I'm just really self-conscious. I feel like my mouth is making so many noises and, like, my tongue is just sticking to the roof of my mouth sometimes. Anyway, we got Ingmarum to kill. You know, the big thing, somebody asked me about what I'd like to see with Warden changes in the future. I honestly could use a buff. This character just ain't strong enough. Like, you see this? I'm dipping down to like half my health during this. To me, that's kind of not ideal. Actually, one of these dots is hurting me. Speaking of mouth noises, I have a really exciting video that I was initially hoping to have Monday, but it's kind of pointless to have it Monday. Actually, it was going to be Sunday, and I was going to stream Monday. Either way, I don't know what my plans are the next 2 days. I do plan to have one stream the next 2 days, but that will probably not be LOTRO. Still excited for it, but the video that I was also planning to have in the next 2 days is going to be probably pushed to Thanksgiving week, so you'll have some content then while I'm gone. And mouth noises is a part of it in some form, is all I'm going to spoil for now. Wait, I didn't defeat 101, did I? Nope. That's basically the disappointment when when I went through this on Luiden, that was the disappointment. I was so excited to have to defeat 100 Wanting Imarum, and then it was like Durin or whoever it was, I don't think it was actually Durin. They said, you defeated enough, just come back. I think I felt the need. I feel the need to kill 100 Wanting Imarum. I feel like I actually did my job. Yeah, I should be able to just like walk into Hidden Horde and just like come out a couple hours later with success. Endure Day? You said when you go to Wildwood, a lot of people say very nice things about it, but no quest ever leads you there. Yeah, that's one you pretty much have to find on your own. It seems like they should give you a pop-up like intro Wildwood quest, but if they do not, you would have to head to either Trestle Bridge or I think Coldfast. Is that the name of the other camp that borders Evendim? But it's a fun place. I recommend it if you can fit it in with your character's journey.
I have decided, reluctantly, that such slaughter will not prove a sound.
Meet up with Boozy on the lake shore. That would be west again. This one's not even letting me spin Mythal coins. Like, Standing Stone Games is losing out. Not letting me spin Mythal coins on this one. Okay, so Jason, for Warden, you said red line is every single target dot applies a tick of its dot on application to... Wait, every single target dot applying skill does a tick of its dot on application. I agree, that would make sense. In the long run, it wouldn't have the biggest impact on balance either. Like, if I just look at Unerring Strike, like, say I started off a mob with Unerring Strike, the problem is, it's so weak up front. It takes 4 seconds to really do any appreciable damage, and it's honestly not even all that much. It's a lot when you add it all up over time, but I think they could rework the balance to have a decent portion of that be up front. That would help Wardens on landscape. Especially it would help red line Wardens, I think, more so than necessarily yellow line Wardens. Like, Range Resounding Challenge has no upfront damage, but it works plenty well the way the skill is. Hey, the quests are white now, so they're somewhat catching up to my level. I think that would be level 138, yep. I'm really curious how far I can get into these book quests before I get level 140. Again, not the fastest way to get level 140, but... Well, half the point is to get level 140. The other half is I would like to get some good progress on the book quest. I'll probably, if I don't finish the book quest today, which I don't plan on it, but if I do, that would be a great thing. I'll probably just kind of passively work on it when we do group content at endgame. Although it is true nowadays that, like, if we have a kin event and it's some sort of group content raid or something, there's usually some sort of downtime waiting for the group to form. Even after the raid, if it's like done quick and people have to go. Nowadays, there is actually a lot more motivation for me to just log into a random alt and level them. Because I will feel like, I even right now feel like I can do that just because I know the trait point change is coming. That's something I will feel like I can do. What does it mean that there's an Ingmarum corpse inside Gundabad now? Oh, apparently it actually means our foe is not as united as we thought them to be. Or as they believe themselves to be. Because there's one dead Ingmarum here. Sandy, thank you for joining the stream. Glad you're able to make it for a bit of it. Piper is also wishing you farewell here. Hey, I can, like, when we're just listening to dwarves discuss things that I, for some reason, cannot even hear, it's like they're speaking on mute or something. I can pet the cat. I say as I'm not petting the cat. And now, the cat knocks down the cat cam. So I try to put it back up. And, wait for it. Maybe we'll fight orgs, I don't know. Yeah, okay, Piper. Oh, she just helped me jump. Okay, I think we're safe from the cat. Safe from the orgs? I do not know. I have a lot of fears and bleeds. Wow, I... did not need to use Brink of Victory twice. Definitely did try to use Surety of Death. Oh, the look on her face was like, nope, I'm coming back. I imagine. There's her... Wait, what is that y'all can see? I think y'all are seeing her foot. She rolled on her back now. Soon as I stop petting her.
The wargs will return, and in greater numbers. While we
Yeah, that's like the opposite of Piper. If I ignore her, she bothers me, so I don't ignore her anymore. Yeah, I need to go wash my hands. Oh, I didn't mute. But look, she had poop on her leg. I was going to say poop on her butt, but I don't think I actually touched that. Okay, so what am I doing? Some sort of quest or something? Defeating orgs? Ignoring cats? I do have a specific objective here. Oh, that's just 2 Cloven Gap, and then I'll turn it into these guys, okay. Ernie. That's a nice name for a cat. To me, Ernie sounds like a gray cat, so I'm curious what type of elk it is. Wait, where did that oar go? This cat is... Oh, Ernest Hemingway. Ooh, based on that, it could be... I feel like any cat could be an Ernest Hemingway. Like, actually, to me, that sounds kind of like an orange cat for some reason. Or even a fluffier, long hair one.
Yes?
Ooh, polydactyl. Those are fun. Once again, this is the cat just spinning me around. So if y'all are getting dizzy, you gotta blame her. Like... Oh.
Have you a moment? Welcome to Cloven Gap. Tier upon tier of overgrown wildwoods crawling within
Okay, book quest. Wait, the Tears of Cloven... Tires of Cloven Gap. Wait, the Tears. I was right, it was the Tears.
Friend, I fear we may be
It's like, wait a minute, Tires does not make sense at all. Doesn't Piper know I have, like, levels to get, quests to do, stories to learn, orgs to defeat, investigations to complete? I'm pretty sure there are orgs somewhere in this zone. Oh yeah, I actually just trimmed my nails today. Claws today. Wait, what did I say? I trimmed my cat's claws today. That is what I meant to say. I don't think she's wrong. If she was saying people are here to see her, I do not believe her to be wrong. Nader, you're wondering how I think they will balance the delving system. Yeah, it's kind of tough. Once again, I'm like... She's actually not just spinning the camera, she's moving my character in circles this time. Oh, now she's just spinning. Now she's jumping even. She's learning. Oh. Okay, now that I can concentrate a little bit more, yeah, it'll be tough to see how they balance. It's, to me, hard to balance a system like that, any sort of solo system, especially one where you can run duo, because what I see happening is a lot of people will just run it duo to get like the most they can out of it in as short of time as possible. I will try to run it solo, but that's probably going to be me as well. If somebody else is online and they want to run Delving's duo, it'll just be so much easier and quicker to knock them out duo. Now, as far as classes with self-heals, some classes are definitely better at self-heals than others. One thing you might have seen as well in my beta experience is that Runekeeper is also really good, and I just single out Runekeeper because that's one I played, because they can kite and stay range. So it seems like a lot of the negative effects are for only melee range characters, or when you're in melee range of enemies, I should say. So it's just going to be... I don't think it'll be a perfectly balanced system, really. But hopefully there are enough variations that it doesn't feel like you're punished for playing a melee character, or one where like maybe you have a little bit more damage focus and less self-heal focus. Oh, so much lag here. I also worry how much lag could make that delving system frustrating, because fortunately Bull Roar, in my experience at least, doesn't have that much lag. It's very low population, not very weighty characters. Like, I wasn't having much lag basically when I was playing on beta for before the shadow, but I could see lag making that system annoying. Not that lag is going to save me from all these fears and bleeds. It would actually let me use my potion in time though. If I was ever worried about getting enough wargs for this quest though, I shouldn't have been worried. Also, I really could use a seize the moment. Ask and you shall receive. That's what the Lotro gods are saying, at least. I just can't get a break here. Now that I got rid of most damaging debuffs, now the other ones are just like weakening my defenses mainly. Fate and will. I can do stuff. Well, I think I defeated a few wargs. I already have 32 for the deed in this zone. Got a lot of XP from that, too. I actually do worry that I might come home one day and find Piper streaming one of my characters. Well, honestly, I wouldn't complain if I came home to that. She'd probably get more viewers than me. I think she'd be more interesting than I would be up here.
The sorceress must be
4 quest slots. Oh, that means I need to abandon quests in zones that I've already... Oh, we didn't go to Dinapuglock. That's okay.
If Unvald sent you, you've my trust too.
She'd definitely be worse at finishing thoughts. It's hard to be worse than me at that. Which one is that? The dark blue. The very one that's very hard to see up there. Oh, yellow Beorning? I imagine yellow Beorning wouldn't be have the most difficult time in the tier 10 delving. Would probably be like I would guess it would work out that it'd be slower than other characters, but definitely a safe experience. I wonder if I were to play Beorning, I'd probably, as much as I don't like Redline, would probably prefer it just for optimization's sake, but I just love playing Blue Line Beorning. And about, I think it's, what is it, like 4 to 6-ish? Months from now, I can revisit the Redline Beorning problem. And if it's no different than it is today, it'll basically be the same thing. But there is hope with some of these classes getting reworks. There is hope that they can revamp Beorning, and especially Redline Beorning, to be a class that actually makes sense and have sensible systems that are, like, fun. I was going to say, I don't remember being able to go that way. Oh wow, something hit me for a lot there. Something or multiple things, but either way, my health went down quickly. I feel very fortunate to not have died yet in this location. My armor. I think I'm running a lot of level 130 armor still because I haven't done many side quests. Yes, so far every single piece on the right here. Yep, all of those are level 130 on the right. I do have some higher level jewelry, some like yellow 131 pieces mixed in. Some very entry level Gundabad stuff. 451. My gear is really bad for this level, just for reference. My LIs are okay at best for this level. Like, I have them reforged and that's about it. So you can see why Landscape is getting tougher than it used to be if you were here for the early or Gundabad experiences on this character. Actually, I say it's easier, but it's actually less laggy, which makes it easier, more easier. I do like that this book quest, even though I'm not doing the side quests for the zone, just for sake of time, I do like that the book quest has me go around, even if it's a bit slow, like, you get a bit of exploration. Okay, should I try to wipe out this camp in one pull? One chain pull, not like one round them up pull. That takes too long. And while I'm waiting for answers on that, Cassie, you were wondering what I'm going to have for after stream snack. Spaghetti would probably be too heavy. I would also have to cook that as the problem. Well, there are no responses, so I'm going to do it. There's a good chance I die. Like, am I going to do something about that lagging? If I could do something about the lagging, I would. Well, space target. Okay, while I have a broken leg, this gives me a second to reset with the enemies. Someone suggested strawberries. Wait. Oh. I think I have to get the context for that message again. Are these guys still aggro to me? I actually have no idea, because some of them were doing their, like, run back to their spot thing. Okay, quite a few are still aggro to me, basically. Cloven Gap Crystal Cultist. I don't remember seeing that many of them. Like, that very deeper blue outfit. Like, I remember sorcerers and the such. Or, like, wannabe sorcerers. We all know that real sorcerers are the Easterlings. Oh no, not a line of sight. Of course that's the one I targeted. I don't have Never Surrender, which is really scary. Like, with this many mobs on me, that's just such a nice fallback. Okay, I cannot get complacent. Even though, like, most of the mobs are dead, that is exactly where have run into issues in the past, is like when it gets to the easy part like this, I just stop caring. So as much as I am using bad gamuts right now, I need to not have that mindset. But I feel like we made it through it. I don't think these mobs are like respawning already, but that was fun. Basically completed my own side quest right there. Probably going to be stuck in combat for a bit, and I have a slow leg, so might as well pull even more mobs. Okay, so Cassie, the whole strawberry thing, the context. Oh, you were doing throwback when I mentioned I'd have spaghetti, but didn't want it as a snack? Yes. That is too heavy that late as well. Usually. I just don't like eating that much right before bed. So I usually fill myself up with other stuff that just ends up being just as much usually. But yeah, strawberries would be good if I'd had some. It's been actually a good while since I've had strawberries. It's of course not strawberry season, so it makes sense, but still. But yeah, this evening for my after stream snack, I would guess that I am going to have either some form of rice. Like for dinner, when I was getting the stream, while I was late to the stream, as I was eating, I have chicken and rice soup that I was having. So I'd either have more of that or something else, but probably wouldn't try to cook anything that late. Although pasta sounds really good. Just like pasta with chicken. Chicken sauce. You'd run out of your cat for blackberries? Blackberries are good. Basically any fruit. Strawberries, blackberries, blueberries, raspberries, mulberries. Sure, there are other berries I'm forgetting. Black raspberries. Spaghetti's good though. Yes, and then on the other hand of things, there's, what are those called? Stone fruits? Peaches, nectarines? Pears, they're kind of okay. Apples are good. I still have a few apples, so I got apples like a couple months ago, but I've just had them in the fridge. I still have a couple of them left. Aldi is a wonderful store for, at least for me. It has some of the cheapest fruit. Not necessarily bad, it's usually not the best quality, but these apples were really good for a good price. But yeah, these apples have lasted a couple months in the fridge and they're doing perfectly fine still. I usually end up just getting, like, my main fruit that I would get at the store would be typically grapes because they are decent price still. And I just really like them. Ooh, Aldi is a half hour away for you. That's not ideal. For me, it's about a little under a 10-minute drive, which is fairly competitive to other stores. It's also in an area that I just really like to go. Or just a pleasant area to be in, I guess. Like it's a relatively pleasant drive. Sunflower seed kernels. It's been a while since I've had that. If I remember correctly, aren't those even technically berries? Kind of like bananas are technically berries. Somebody mentioned that in chat. And yeah, it's kind of funny that a lot of things are technically berries, but then strawberries are not. But they actually have berry in the name. If I remember correctly, gourd fruits are also berries. Like cantaloupe. I guess squash would be the same. Pumpkins. And whatever it is. Wait, Cassie, for you, grapes can be anywhere around $7 to $9 for a bag? I'm guessing that's a bag that's like 1 to 2-ish pounds. That would be, yeah, very expensive. That's about how much a pound of strawberries has been around me lately. Okay, I needed to explore somewhere else. Did I ever do that? Oh, we actually have to go way back to the southwest for the quest turn in. Oh yeah, that is pretty rough with the grapes. They've been here lately under $2 a pound, which has been really great. They were actually under $1 a pound. That's the first time I've seen that in, I would even say, a few years. It was actually at Aldi. It happened to be, at the time, they weren't actually all that good grapes, but it's hard to complain about that price. But yeah, fruit is expensive. I just love it so much. I guess I'm getting my travels, but really not going the optimal path here for the book quest. We've slowed down. Like, it's been an hour and a half. I think I would have hoped that I was already level 140 at this point. Canned fruit juices. It's decent. I think it's a really good alternative, especially in winter, I have found. I particularly like peaches. Canned peaches. sometimes, especially the ones with heavier syrup, depending on the brand, I typically end up getting the store brand. Aldi actually has good. To me, they're like on par with, what would it be? Del Monte is the name brand. At least whichever one I like.
Yes?
Yeah, I found those are great options in winter when fresh fruit is often not as good and more expensive. But yeah, it's the heavy syrup ones that I tend to not like because they are too sweet.
Durin's folk shall endure, as we always have.
But yeah, I'm thinking, with the slowdown, maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to just go ahead and push the last little bit. It is already 9 o'clock after all. I'm guessing realistically at this point I probably won't get to other characters, though. I still wouldn't mind logging into them. At the very least, maybe I could get a screenshot. I don't even have to necessarily do that today, but get a screenshot of what my Lore Master, Minstrel, and also my Burglar, Dwarden. Yeah, maybe what those characters look like. They'll give me some sort of reference point. So, Bella, you need to. Hopefully, that's a good snack while watching the stream here, opening a can of mixed fruit. Yeah, my after stream snack probably will involve grapes. So, envy apples, Daniel? I might have had those before. The ones I have in the fridge are, this is one reason I've been savoring them, and why they've lasted so long. They are Pink Lady apples, which I really like. They're one of my favorites. I like fresh. I don't even know is fresh the best way to put it, but at some regional orchards, like where you can pick, like you pick type farms, I like Golden Delicious, but the ones that the stores have are often very bad. So those would be like probably my top two. It's hard to complain about an apple that you actually pick off a tree yourself, though. I just really happen to like Pink Lady apples. And some of those other ones are good as well. They just are typically a tad bit more pricey. I don't know about the envy apples, though. But there's a decent chance I've had those before. When I saw something with just the word tier pop up, Cassie, that made me think that I need to think about how I would tier the different fruits. Like, give a tier rating to apples and the such. Golden Honey Crisp? I'm not sure I've heard of those. I think I have eaten Honey Crisp. Something that, you know, people can do what they want, but it's always sad when I hear a fruit's wanted for its, like, cooking purposes, using it for cooking, and I've heard that a lot with Honeycrisp. I don't even know if I just tend to, I outright prefer raw fruit. I've had raw cranberries in the past, just because I know it's the season for that, but it's something I want to test again. I don't remember either liking them or disliking them. I think I just ate one as was weird, because if I remember correctly, it's like just really bitter. Either bitter or very sour. They're kind of similar-ish, though. Could do an apple tier list with Bright Life, maybe. Does he like apples? It'd be tough to do that, because then I'd have to remember, like, all the apples just right off the bat. Is my first downfall this stream going to be because of hornets? Okay, never surrender triggered, but I still have all these bleeds. Do I have anything to remove these? I think all these potions are too low level. Oh no, we don't need Impressive Flourish. Hold up, go away. I'm just gonna use Resolution. Well, without the hornets here, I remember these hornets on the Eden, yeah, they actually hurt. But I also remember that generally about this zone, that it's just rough with the dots. Even the wargs they put some stuff on you. But yeah, this character again, well, it may not seem like it with some of the stuff I've done today, but my gear is really bad. I don't have a lot of the Gunabad quest gear, so most of my gear is still mediocre at best, level 130 gear. A lot of it's teal, but it's not the best teal gear. I guess relative to this expansion, like if you could just get teal 478 pieces, that'd be like OP at this point, but that was really late in the expansion cycle. Wasp nest. Wait, I'm not doing that. I'm trying to do investigate the Rhine Passage. Oh, I thought that was this ring. Man, we are being bad again. Oh, I really want apples. Granny Smith are also good raw. I think it could depend a little bit. Sometimes I'd almost describe them as tough. Oh, hey, we were here before. Yes, we. I forgot what I even said about we. Ray, you stalk apples all day at work? Do you get to eat any of the apples? So you got organic Granny Smith apples before, but then they weren't actually as good? Yeah, sometimes organic fruit... Oh, I haven't really had much organic fruit, but... Yeah. Yes, all of us are being bad about following the maps, not just me. Maybe with my intros to these streams, instead of saying I'm streaming the Lord of the Rings online, I should say we're streaming the Lord of the Lord. Mouth ain't working today. We are streaming the Lord of the Rings online. It's our collective effort to be very bad at following the map. Actually, doesn't the river like instant kill you? Plus this is the low part. Alright, we can go the way they intended. Well, see, Cassie, I think the problem is nobody's following the map right now. Oh, apparently I'm running out of essences in my pending loot. That's not good. I need to just like lock my useful stuff so I can just press sell all when I get all this junk. Which I know it's only like 2 or 3 pieces, but then hunting those 2 or 3 pieces in here. Wait, not destroy, we want to loot all. I can't like piles of festering filth. Can you imagine me just letting that go and not looting it? I need my filth. This is like the most ridiculous thing ever. I'm just sitting here on my character, somehow making transactions with something, giving them junk and somehow receiving gold. Dan's Adventures, thank you for joining the stream. I hope you have a good night as well, as I try to go where I actually need to go. Hobgoblins. Sounds like another challenge for me to try to die. Instead of a try to live challenge, I think these challenges have become try to die. Me getting in melee range for that long. Actually, there was that possibility. Other quest available, defeat 12 hobgoblins. That's my type of quest. It's like those try not to laugh challenges. It'd be like doing a try to laugh challenge. My try to die challenge. These guys, they don't put all this bad debuffs on me, so I'm able to stay in melee for a second and at least got one Brink of Victory in. We'll get another Brink of Victory. Ah yes, the town services. Illuvitars? I feel like I've heard that, but also feel like I have not. But their gift to Middle Earth. That seems like a safe jump. I think a problem with champions sometimes is they can be a bit squishy depending how you try to pull stuff like this. At least in my experience, but it's been a while since I played a higher level champion, and when I've played higher level champion, they have not always been the best geared. Which is the case for this character again. But yeah, the morale taps are like just strong enough that the healing with them is pretty helpful. That was a very satisfying desolation. You don't get those too frequently at this point. I believe these are what I need. Yeah, booted footprints for the book quest. 85, that seems like it should be high level. Like, the number is really high for an MMO level, but it's... I think in the context of LOTRO, it's more mid-level. So the way I personally kind of just think of it in my head, breaking up the level ranges, is 1 to 50. I'd consider low level, 50 to 100, or maybe 50 to 95. 100 is a nice round number, but 50 to 95, all the pre-Gondor stuff, would be mid-level, and then high level would be 100 or 95 and above. Although sometimes I'd actually consider Gondor, so all the way up to 105 would consider that mid-level. Maybe Mordor and after is when high level really is, but it's all arbitrary and just it doesn't really matter. Basically, it depends on the context. But for me, high level, when I was thinking champion, I was thinking near the level cap specifically. So like level 1... Let's see, I don't even remember getting my champion up that much during the 105 cap when I had quite a few characters up there. I played it at... Yeah, I did actually... So I eventually Valared him during the 120 cap, but he wasn't particularly great. Where do I need to go for the book quest? Down south, okay. We are... You know, I hate to get this character killed. He has survived so much stuff he should not have survived today. So I am not going to Deathport. I know I love that strategy, but it just feels wrong after today's play session that we have had so far. So we will do the Warden strategy and just muster at a nearby camp as a high-pitched dog barks in the background, and then swift travel, which is probably quicker anyway. Yeah, I am going to have to actually think about doing something faster for leveling at some point here soon. So for you Sand and Snow, it said Guardian pulling is probably the best. Can be good, especially at lower level. In my experience, the Guardian does drop off at higher level, but you can certainly pull a lot and not have much problem with it. Bearwardening's also pretty good at that in the tank spec. But then, yeah, Warden I think is the most fun. That I could definitely agree. So with that cast, you have 2 high-level characters, 4 mid, 2 low. Yeah, wonder how I'd consider my characters. Like, so since I have different waves of characters, I wonder if that will change with the trait point change. That might seem weird, and again, it's very just arbitrary how you want to define low, mid, high level differentiate between them, but I wonder with the trait point change if I might start to consider my level like 53 characters a little bit more mid-level than my even lower level characters, because they will have more trait points, so maybe they'll feel a little bit more complete. So per you standards, no, you were saying you have 1 max, 2 high level, 3 or 4 around 50, then like 9 or 10 low level. That is a lot.
Have you a moment?
Oh, got these quests. I thought I was supposed to have a turn in. I'm guessing it is up, and if it's not up, we can always just jump down. Yeah, Treebeard is great with only 40% XP gain if you want to play, say, fewer characters and still experience all the content staying relatively on level.
Gorgar's orcs may speak to
Talk to
female
Berwyn,
Frostheart.
who is, oh, right next to us.
Can we talk?
Once again playing the map game, like I first opened the map before I even looked at anything else there. And now, even though we're talking to Berwyn right there, we're still looking at him. We need to talk to him up here. Oh, wow. There's a lot of LOTRO NPCs that seem to be kind of magical and able to port. Oh yeah, this book quest. It's not a bad book quest, but when I like want to, be snappy about my leveling, it's not the most exciting one to see pop up. So I actually think this is a good point for me to transition to something that gives me a little bit better XP to kind of... Ooh, I'm capped on festivity tokens. That's really bad. But, wait. No, festivity tokens, that's okay to be capped on. But yeah, I will do something a little bit faster with XP gains and maybe just run half a Thickle Gundu would be my expectations for what I need to get to the level cap. And then I will probably do for my final preparations, get this Warden geared up a little bit, send everything Louisden can send over, including traceries. I'll do some tracery reclamation scrolls, clean this character's inventory up a little bit, at least where I can. I realize I have like 2 whole rows of consumables down here. Well, there's a lot of stuff there. And you have a lot of high-level characters, it sounds like. 3 140s, a couple around 120, and then also a couple somewhat below 120. Yeah, with the whole, if you did not buy a race change, I could definitely see some people completely re-rolling their characters with the new races. I don't think Dwarden's ever going to become my main Warden. I don't know that I could play a Dwarf as a main, but that could be the example of like some people actually can do that. It'd be a slow shift, but it's entirely possible. So last time I was here, or the last few times really, it was on the Warning, so I'm curious how my experience will shift now that I'm back on the Warden. The Warden is quite a bit higher level, and again with this instance, the NPCs stay level 120. But the main benefit is, once I get back in range of it, we can see it, Among the Renowned. That was one of the most OP buffs in the game. It gives 100% physical mastery among other things, but helps me survive. Wait, I thought it was 100% physical mastery. Is it not? Oh yeah, there it is, 317 ranged. I think it is 100%. I think my stats are just that low as well that I didn't even recognize that was 100%. And this character's level 139 wearing level 130 gear when stats I think essentially double from entry level 130 to entry level 140. If I remember correctly, with the scaling it could be a bit different than that though. Another good thing that I am getting from running this though is reward track XP. That's not necessarily just before the shadow preparation, but we see we only have 3 days, 13 hours, which is basically before the shadows in 3 days, I think. And just get a little bit more progress on that. I'm at level 62. As much as the painted skeleton steed would be kind of neat for some character, I don't care too much about it to use my heritage runes to get that. But I'm close enough that I might consider it. The problem is a steed like that is going to be character bound. I probably won't worry about the quest. I could do that. But it's going to be, yeah, just for one character. It's not account wide. That's what I'm really trying to say there. So that's just something that makes it less appealing for me to try to get. Also, they're not resisting or deflecting me, but no, it's in melee stance. I feel like it's in the middle of talking about something and I totally forgot what. Okay, so this is where things were kind of interesting on the Warning, and I was doing some experimentation with how much I could pull and the method I could use to pull it to optimize my speed through this place. So I'm going to try what I know worked on the Warning, but did not work to start, which is, or worked to start, but I think stopped working at some point. I think my self heals are slightly better than the Warning, DPS spec Warning that is, because if I was playing in non-DPS spec, the Warning would definitely have better self heals. But yeah, that's the issue right there. Because I don't have the NPC buff, but I think when I was level 120, lower level on the Warning, that part was easier. And I don't mind experimenting a little bit. I'm not really time pressured, besides eventually wanting to go to bed, with all the stuff I anticipate having to do to get this character situated with some of the gear I have. Also, all these NPCs, they're still... Maybe that's not quite all of them, but quite a few of these. I don't know that I'll be able to summon the friendly dwarf NPCs. Those guys disappeared. Don't think that hits enough mobs for the slow to work for what I want it to, but maybe. Okay, that was a success. Again, main thing I want these guys here for, even though they're level 120, is Among the Renowned, which just makes me OP. Makes me feel like what Warden should be, what their balance should be, even without that buff, right? I think with the spear sweeping, That should be plenty good on a lot of those melee ranged guys. Good XP. Oh, that was my character's first death today, though, wasn't it? That's kind of sad. I think that one was avoidable. I just wasn't doing all that good at the avoiding. But yeah, I do think that death would have been, not only would have been, but was avoidable. Well, obviously avoidable if I didn't pull like that, but I think if I did some little bit of different things during the pull, like this part, okay, actually when I get this far, I do go kind of down, but maybe it wouldn't have been entirely salvageable. Because even with this few mobs, when I'm actually doing the fairly productive stuff, I'm not surviving all that well. And here are the dwarves. There's Dory. They're actually not all even here. I think it's still fun to experiment, like see what to the like level 139 Warden can do, for example. Basically slows down as you get higher level is what I'm experiencing. I wonder if it's even worth continuing from here. That may seem like a silly thought, but I think if I just reset and did the first boss again, that would get me level 140. And I know this part's going to be relatively slow, but then there's also the concern, like, leaving the instance, joining the instance, getting it started. That's not like an instant thing. Alright, we'll run with Fierce Resolve. As long as I get the dwarf NPCs here again. I do think on the Warden, because I have better damage than I did on my Beorning, though, that like just sticking with a group like this isn't necessarily the worst thing ever. Need to find a good target to sweep with all these targets. But yeah, this is definitely going to level me up at least. The only question is, will I get to the dragon part or not? I don't think I'll have to get the dragon boss, but would have to. I think we'll be pretty close to the big dragon AoE that will be a bit of overkill basically. Again, gets me reward track XP. That would be like the other end of it. If I did want to continue. Could be a bit dangerous, but I'll start up the boss fight. I do notice this character's finesse is definitely dropping, just getting resisted more and more. I don't know if that summoned anybody. It's entirely possible that the boss will reset, but I gotta get these dwarves back. Lowen is moving so slow. I could actually keep, I forget the boss's name, but I could actually keep him as my primary target because then I don't have to actually worry about ever switching targets and hanging with the spear sweep and have that going. I could get all my dots sort of preloaded on him, so to speak. Oh, this is a very bad rotation, but I'm getting through my stuff at least. One day, I'm actually going to try plugins. I know there are some very helpful ones with LOTRO, especially in regards to damage over time effects and the such. Be helpful to keep track of those better. I don't think it will be necessary, but I think I'll continue past the next set of dwarf fights we'll kill, and I'll do a full Drakeling pull so we can get all of that. Even if I don't need the character XP, it's hard to deny myself the reward track XP at this point even. There we go, conquering the 3 peaks. And I need more quest slots for that. You know what that means? The Dale Lands. Why do I even have these quests still? I'm surprised I have not had to abandon these quests yet. Also, what's the deal with Black Book of Mordor? I thought I finished that on this character. Oh. I guess not. Okay then. Oh no, that's chapter 10.4, that's right. I think I was just like a couple parts off before Shades in the Swamp, if I remember correctly. But maybe not. I don't know. I don't remember at that point. But yeah, I got that. This character's ready for his endgame stuff, ready to basically transfer Louisden to Louis. And hope I can survive this pull, really. Main concern at this point is surviving, not necessarily damage. Just going to reset that. I can just run like this, but it seems like it'd be helpful to try to get some dots in the meantime. Also, where did the dwarves go? I need my buff. I think they're trying to circle around with me. It's actually concerning. The dwarf NPCs might have died, because I am not getting their buffs at all. I got a heal for one of them, though, I think. I don't think that was a self-heal I had up. It could have been Never Surrender, though. Here we go, here they are. I thought I would have been close enough for this, but I guess not. Okay, I think that one sweep will get me fairly set. Kind of rare to hear so much shouting when I play Yellowline Warden, but there we go. This character is 2 trait points short. I know there's still more stuff I could do with the Gundabad epic to get trait points, and there were a couple things I ended up skipping. I was intending to go back at level 130 to hit whatever remaining trait points he needed, but won't have to bother with that when the update comes out, so that's exciting. And then apparently I never applied that trait, and then I think otherwise for this character I would probably just end up going with hurry up with that. And then otherwise, reward track, I did want to check that, how much progress I made just from that run. Got maybe a leveler, so not the most amazing, but good progress just for a relatively quick run. Only problem with the, like, just running this for the reward track only is that's basically at level 140. The only point to run it is for the reward track. Whereas if I'm a leveling character, you get both reward track XP and character XP, so it's at least 2 things. Kind of like how if I were to run missions, I'd get decent reward track XP, but then I'd also get all the benefits of running missions on top of that. That's why I don't like doing stuff specifically to level the reward track like this. But since I was there, I figured, and that's a fun pull, I would do that. But yeah, I think I need to clean this character out, really. He just has such a mess on him in his vault. Like, one of the reasons I have so many things in my inventory is my vault is full of stuff I want to keep. Some of it's crafting stuff that I don't necessarily need to keep. I could ship that off to an alt, but then I don't even remember which characters are just hoarding all my crafting stuff. So this is going to take a minute, but hopefully you all enjoy it. Will I play Captain again? Funnily enough, the video that I mentioned about mouth noises also relates to Captain. So now you'll have 2 hints of an upcoming video that seem very unrelated. But anyway, I might play Captain again. That is one that I'd potentially be interested in if somebody in my kin wanted to like level with me. I could do that one. But it'd probably be lower priority than Beorning, I think, is the next one. And then I think Captain would actually be the character I use a 130 boost on. I think that would be highest on the list to use a 130 boost on, though. Oh, Bella, hope you enjoyed your fruit. My mind got off fruit for a minute, but no, I just want fruit. Yeah, fruit sounds good. Android Digest, you're wondering the logic of Minstrel in this game. Hard to get behind the idea of healing people by playing music. I think it's more, if you think of it as like inspiration, just singing or playing songs of inspiration. That guy's got a nice outfit. Elbergorn. I gotta give a cheer for that outfit. Alright, where do I want to take this character? I don't know, I can keep him here. Galtrap's a nice place. Oh, they were watching my stream earlier. Oh. If they're still watching it, they can hear my compliments about their outfit. Okay, I'll give them a smiley face. I don't know how to reply to people when they're, like, have a comment like that. Okay. Minas Ithil. I am past the Minas Ithil tier, but am I? Should I go to crafting? Yes, I should go to crafting facilities on this character. We should do that while I'm organizing. So, where are some good crafting facilities in Lotro? If I remember correctly, South Bree is actually not that bad.
I have not seen your kind before.
Yeah, crafting. It's easy to get caught behind on it, I think. Okay, I think around this location you can do both the forge and workbench. That's basically why I like it here. Yeah, I think to me it makes more sense healing allies with a minstrel than killing orcs with a minstrel. It's like your music is so bad that it just hurts the enemy's ears. But maybe a way to think about it is orcs don't like inspirational, good feeling, powerful, yet powerful music, as Bella says, that the orcs and just evil people, enemies, don't like. Now, don't ask me about wolves or like bears or deer. I feel like they would like some elven, I was going to say elven tunes, because I was thinking like the deer in Lothlorien, if you're playing an elven harp and playing elven music, I feel like deer would actually like that somehow. Maybe that's a Disney thing though. Okay, crafting. I want to get my Minas Ithil all the way up. I don't have many Minas Ithil boars. Alright, let's see if we can fix that. Alright, I can make plenty of Minstrel boards. I'll go through my Ling Flood. That will get rid of something. That's like 1 stack of crafting gone, because I'll have all the Minstrel boards instead of Ling Flood logs. I think that's also true. I'll bet Minstrel shouts. That would do damage to me. I think for me, the immersion is in the comedy of it, to be honest. Ooh, I could go through all these. That would be 2 stacks of items gone. I mean, why not? The only reason I would say why not is if I had another forester that I'd want to use these logs on. So I don't think it's worth doing all these just for that. Actually, I should do my extract first. I think that would be... Yeah, let me do my extract. That will free up a slot. I think I'm going to sit as well. I've been standing a while. I have gotten to a point though, some of these like 3.5 hour streams, I've been able to stand the whole time, so it is actually having the standingness. I've built up more, say, stamina with it. Or vitality, if we want to use a LOTRO term. Oh, I don't think that works best in that context. Anyway, we need a little under 200. Let's just do a random guess of 31. I think that'll leave me like 1-ish short, but I'm not entirely sure. If I even read the numbers right. Who knows this late? Yeah, I think stamina, vitality, not really. Wow, my random guess was actually spot on. And then woodworker. Now would be the time for me to have fruit. Do I have anything that can double my crafting XP? I think I do. I don't know if it'd be in my vault though. I think these simple carrying torches, can't you just buy those? Like don't they just cost silver basically? Or did they cost me some sort of tokens? Okay, there's actually a few things that I could destroy cosmetic-wise. A lot of these cosmetics I'd want to keep, but a few of these I could actually get rid of. Because they're like things I get on every character, basically. So... yeah, did I have any crafting boosts? That's what I was looking for. I got distracted with the cosmetics. But hopefully you all enjoy the change of pace that we have going on here. Shift to crafting, which actually would have gotten me XP. Kind of funny to think about it that way, but it's true. This is something that could have helped me level. Probably not much at this point, but maybe could have actually done this before going out for Thickle Gundu if I thought of it. A lot of level 116 enhancement runes. I'd almost consider just selling these to the vendor at this point. The problem is there's like no reason for me to have and be over 13, close to 14 gold more. There's like no reason in that. And that actually would be if I get a character to that point. I think my Guardian would be the next there. We'll have some use out of that. You know, a cosmetic tab like that, Dalton, what you're saying with the Shift C for the collections panel, just have a cosmetic tab here, that would be a dream come true for sure. I would love something like that. Because that's like a lot of characters, if they have unique cosmetics, I just keep it in their vault, and that can, for some characters that have a lot of different outfits, that can take up a lot of space, especially weapons. Well, I shouldn't even say especially weapons, because it's really everything. One chest piece is equal to one weapon in terms of storage space. But even weapons. Okay, so shared storage, we're looking for, got myself all distracted again. So 100% craft XP boost, also have craft acceleration increase, earn craft XP by 50%. Lesser would be 25%. I have a couple lessers. I don't think I need 100% XP boost. I don't know when I'd use it otherwise, but I think 25%, that's kind of like very little at all, so I might as well just use that one. Can make myself an ember-worthy craft. Actually, with an Iffelheim shard, the problem is I need to craft 7 of those, and I just... Oops. I was going to say I don't see myself actually crafting 7 of those, and what do? Accidentally craft create all on those. Now would be the time for me to have a stream, or have a... the time for me to have a stream during the stream. It would be the time for me to have a snack during this stream, but I had a really big dinner. Like, I ate a lot of food. It was the chicken and rice soup, but I ate a lot of that. I accidentally put too much in my bowl, was the problem. And I could have refrigerated it, but there's just a little bit left, so I decided I'd go ahead and just eat it all, and it was really good, but I'm still a little bit full from that. Yes, chicken and rice soup. Although with this particular batch, I used some older chicken I had, which was shredded a little bit more finely, which isn't my biggest preference. Shrimp and veggies. The veggies part sounds okay. Not sure about the shrimp. Is there anything useful I could craft in Minstrel tier? Like, I have these Warden battle hymns. I wonder the difference between the Gundabad ones. These are plus 10%, duration 25 seconds. Just to remind myself. Yeah, that's 25 seconds. Wait, that's Gambit builder damage? Fist Gambit damage. Fist... It's like looking at a different one. Oh no. So that's the same thing, right? I don't remember there being a difference between these, but it has been a while since I've checked. But you can correct me if I'm wrong, but these are the same thing. They just have different minimum levels. It just seems like a different tier to make the same thing. So I think for Minstrel, that would be a useful way for me to use my resources. Yeah, chicken rice soup. I've thought about adding broccoli to it, but I have not. Also haven't done cauliflower, but I do carrots, celery, and I don't do as much onion, but I do some onion. And then chicken and broth and rice. Reese, glad may start at the beginning of your message. He says, started leveling your Warden and you're loving it. Glad you're loving your Warden. Also glad my videos have been great as well. Hopefully the Warden leveling guide has been helpful, specific to the class. Okay, what are we looking at? Oh, apparently I finished the tier. I didn't even pay attention. I probably wasted some resources on that. Hello, Suffy. But, okay, got that done. We're now on Gundabad. And I can do leathers or boards. I'd rather just do boards because I am a board person. Actually, I'm not really. Board character, maybe, doing all this crafting. Trader Joe's. Umami seasoning. So that's actually something I've been meaning to get, something like that. I like to put just raw monosodium glutamate in food sometimes, but I have run out, and that reminds me that I wanted to get some. In fact, I have this shopping list. I have not actually seen that in any of the stores I go to. I know there's a... Oh, is there a Trader Joe's near me? I don't actually remember. I think there is, but... I'm going to add MSG to my list. That also reminds me, I need to make fried rice at some point. I've kind of been wanting that. Gundabad board? Oh, is that not what I was making? I was making the bark the whole time? That's okay. I just wish crafting was a little bit more exciting at this point. I don't think crafting traceries is exciting, but that is something that will be, like, actually useful in the next update, I think. Although you have to barter for recipes. I honestly was not a fan of how that was implemented from what I saw in the beta, and I don't necessarily have the full picture for how things will look when it is yeah, fully released, like when we actually get the expansion next Tuesday. But that it's just something I didn't like the look of how it was in beta, because I think in beta you would have to barter quite a lot of the things you would get from running the delvings. So you'd have to run the delvings to get the recipes, and their single-use recipes. But it'd be exciting if you could craft traceries, but then having them be single-use recipes, I've never been a fan of that. And then, yeah, I think just crafting traceries, while I don't think it's a problem, I don't think that's something that just makes crafting exciting to me. I think the whole concept also of single-use recipes is a little bit ridiculous, because it's like your character has this recipe, they have this like sheet of paper for how to make it. Like they have sheet of paper, I use so many Gundabad boards and whatever, and I somehow make this tracery that somehow goes into my weapon. We'll ignore the details on those parts. But then suddenly this paper just like destroys itself when I am looking at it to craft something. And then I also forget all the steps that were in that recipe. And it's just one of the, I think, a little bit more ridiculous things that you see in an MMO. Like, there are so many different things like that that you can forgive in an MMO, just like belief, suspension of belief. Is that like the term people use, the phrase? I forget exactly, but anyway, it's just one of the more comical ones to me, I guess, would be the way I'd put it. You can craft essences. Maybe you were always able to do that, though. I don't know. Suspension of disbelief, that's what it's called. Yeah, you suspend. That makes sense because you suspend your disbelief. I think that's what, like, a lot of action movies are said to require. I used to not like... I don't think nowadays I dislike action movies, but movies that are primarily based on action, I typically am not the biggest fan of. Random thought. I think I should go to Gundabad and look at the crafting recipes. For all I know, they have actually added some. Like, it's been a long while since I've looked at that, so as much as I like being in Southbury crafting here, this is really a wonderful place to craft. I should go to Gundabad and look at the recipes. Yeah, superheroes, fantasy movies, they can require that as well. Mythgard. Wasn't that a kin on Anor? I wonder if there was if that's like been a kin on Landreval, but I think there was a kin called that on Anor. Or I've otherwise heard of the kin outside of the... Did she actually hear me? She was growling in her sleep. I don't think you all could have heard that, but I was going to listen in on it. Maybe she was growling at me for not petting her or something. Is that a captain? Looks like one. Wait. Oh, I thought I saw something with Anor, but it was Adenor? Anyway, we can look. Wait, does this character still not have enough reputation? Oh, wow. Technically, I could barter for all these on my Runekeeper and just trade, or my Louisden. My Louisden. I could barter for all these on Louisden and trade them over, I believe, but I wonder how far away I'm on the reputation. That's kind of bad. Like, I feel like this character's done enough. Reclaimers of the Mountain Hold, is that this rep tier? But I feel like I've done enough reputation, but I guess not, which means I should use some rep boosters on this character. I have plenty in my inventory. If I have stuff in my inventory that can help me with rep, I'd go ahead and use that. That's like a 2-for-1. Get it out of my inventory and then I can get the effect I want. She does. Maybe she's happy I saved her from like a terrifying person that never pets her. So for a player that is used to a new map and an expansion for max level, yeah, that's been a bit odd with LOTRO's recent updates. How am I doing on tasks? Well, I should probably have accepted this a few tasks ago. But you're wondering what you can expect for the new expansion other than Delvings. Well, there will be the Skirmish, which will have level cap relevant rewards. It sounds like the necklace piece of gear. I don't know if that's exclusive to level cap players or how that will exactly look, but they did say, Standing Stone Games did say it would have gear. They specifically mentioned the necklace. I don't know if it's just the necklace it has, but it'd be nice if there is actually other gear in the Skirmish. That would be interesting to see. But it sounds like it's supposed to be like typical dungeon loot for what they have nowadays with that. Sorry, I'm very slow at this, but we're getting there. Yes, Reclaimers of the Mountain Hold is the reputation. That did like nothing to boost it. It did some, but the visual changes are not very striking. So I think after all of this, I am going to... Oh, I can make all the... Who makes the shields? That must be the metalsmith. That's right. Okay, I probably don't want to make any of this stuff. We checked the recipes. I don't want to make any of it. We can go back to somewhere more visually appealing, like Southbury. Not that Gundabad's not visually appealing, but... like, I want to be outside. Speaking of outside... Now that I'm sitting, I don't need my AC turned that low. I think... Oh, I can stop recording the local stream. We don't need this part. Yeah, and I'm not a dwarf, so it makes sense. But I think starting tomorrow morning, it will finally cool off here for at least a little bit. We'll have more November-like temperatures. A little pause. She just had her claws trimmed earlier today on her paws. It's kind of funny, they actually behave fairly well when they get their claws trimmed, but Piper just complains the whole time. But she lets me do it still. What am I doing? Going to Southbury? But yeah, I loved Gundabad. It's world building. It was a great place, stepping in there, going through all the zones. It was all wonderful, but I don't necessarily want to stay there all the time. I would go to my kin house to craft, but we no longer have the kin island. When we transferred to... had to transfer off of Anor to Langeval. We went, I should say they went, this guy knows where to craft, to Erebor. Which it's not like a bad area for a kin house. There's definitely some interesting parts of it. It's just a place I don't want to just like go and visit compared to the Kin Island, which was in nice bright Gondor. Before the Shadow planned release date is November 15th. So for me, this is the last day that I really intend to spend any sort of significant time preparing, aka the last day off stream before the Shadow. Okay, back to crafting. Oh yeah, I guess I'll just make a whole bunch of... Wait, that's Forester. Oh yeah, I don't care about Forester. This is just like... I don't even care too much about Gundabad crafting. This is just a way for me to use my resources. That's right. I might as well just make a ton of rallying hymns of Gundabad, except I might want to craft other things. I wonder if Louisden has a better one of these. He probably has the crit one, if I remember correctly. I'll just go through this. I don't really care that much. And I have plenty of resources, I think, on other characters that I could still funnel to Louis. But I do think the next stop will be Louisden. I should log into my bank lot at some point, though, and try to get rid of all my low crafting stuff that I don't need anymore, which this is part of the process of, to make sure I don't need, like, my Minas Ithil hide, for examples, which I definitely don't. We're past that on Forester. But I think for crafting resources, I will just save them to see what we exactly have with the implementation of crafting recipes for traceries in the update before I get worried too much about crafting other stuff. And about often shoving my face into her belly and listen to her purr. She does purr quite a bit, but I don't really shove my face into her belly. Maybe her back. Preferably without my headphones. I was going to say, you might be able to see the mess that my hair is now. Oh, yeah. If I just face this way, she can get pets. Although now you all cannot see. That's not ideal. Why is the cat cam so low anyway? Did it get probably knocked? That's as high up as it goes. Of course, when she's laying down, then it'd be too high. Got cat fur on my drink somehow. I don't see any inside, at least. Yes, Quest Tracker is increased to cap of 10. There are a lot of great things about... I know for me the highlight's been the trait point change, but there are a lot of great things coming in before the Shadow that's not even related to the content. That's why I feel like I just haven't thought much about the content, because I've always been focused on all this other great stuff coming in the expansion. I think we'll go with light type damage. Is there really another option? Like, could anybody really want... Probably wouldn't want physical mitigation even on tank, but would anyone really like tactical mitigation? My LOTRO subscription plan is I get the 3-month sub. I've pretty much, as I've played LOTRO a lot the past year or two, been keeping up, yeah, just the 3-month sub and continuing going with that. Oh, got crit on the first one. Inscribe item. Fist. Louis' fist? I don't know. It's a carving of Louis' fist, crafted by Louis. one upgrade done. We're that much closer to being prepared for before the shadow. We got our class item. That's like one out of all these slots, plus I still have to do all the traceries. Like, I'm going to do a sweeping change of traceries for this character with level 140 stuff. Basically just sending over what Dwarden has and whatever I'm missing, trying to go to the Rivendell archive and get that. And the reason I want to do all this before, like prior to before the shadow, is so I don't have to worry about setting this character up and can feel like I can jump right into tier 10 delvings without having to spend time like organizing this character and doing all the stuff that I'm doing right now, basically. So that is almost 3 hours into this stream. Why my preparations involve leveling a character to the cap for a level 1 to 32 expansion. Anyway, what do we got here? I wonder if some of the captains might be able to use... Wait, are these actually useful? Not remembering captains ever using these. Maybe they do. But I think, because I thought they boosted the Herald and not the captain. I've never had a captain actually request me make these for them. And I don't think I've ever tested it on my very limited playtime on captains. So anyway, I think crafting is done. I'm happy with that for now. I guess I could get myself some of these. Biscuit damage. Yeah, I wouldn't mind crafting a few of these. Oh yeah, I was going to wait to see what the traceries. I don't really need those at this point. They would be helpful though, like they're a useful thing. But I think at this point, it is time for me to try to organize all of my crafting materials, and especially my crafting, well, not just my crafting, but all of my carry-alls. Oh, the task carry-all. Like, imagine my inventory with all this stuff in my inventory and on that carry-all. That has actually been a really nice carry-all. This carry-all, oddly enough, I guess this one's actually full. I think when it had certain things, there was some weird thing with it, things not stacking. And I think that was largely with enhancement runes, like not being able to go to their full stacks in this. As far as I know, that's still an issue, but that is something that when I have it in this state, it's not an issue. But this is like free inventory slots with a lot of these. All the tier 13 stuff I don't need to worry about, so that's just kind of there. I guess I could give some of it to my bear warning if it's somehow applicable, but Heraldry of the Bear, that sounds like something my bear would want. But I don't think for him, since it's outgoing healing. Otherwise, this is just storing 25 things. Actually, it's not even full. Like, now that I remove these 5 things, it won't actually be full. Anyway, we can send to my guardian these traceries, and then the essence I don't anticipate needing on any character really, so that's another thing that I guess it'll carry my enhancement runes for now. But I did free up some. Oh yeah, so tracery level 130, all these traceries I can just open. They'll probably go to the carry-all. Gotta remember that I even have the carry-all. Now, anything that is generic, that will be sent to Louis-1. And by generic, I mean generic level, so it's not level-specific boxes. So these can be opened at any level, including, in the future, level 141, a particularly appealing one. And I think that is it for the... Hold up. Bound to account. One of these was bound to account. Okay, now I think that is it for the allies. And then I'll get my bonus character stuff for that, and... Oh, somebody said hi. They have level 140. I was going to say that's a lot of buffs, but I think those are crafting facilities. A Nubial watching this stream. Very exciting content, me just sitting here looking at my inventory and crafting. But hopefully it actually is exciting. I mean, we have the cat here. How can it not be? Once again, pressing the spacebar, helping my character jump. Okay, so we did that. We opened something. My inventory is actually, I hate to call this very clean, but it's like very, very clean compared to usual at this point. Ultimate. Oh, these Virtue XP boosters. Those are from, yeah, the Ultimate Fanball thing. But apparently I don't even have enough inventory slots. That's actually quite scary, so I guess it's something I don't necessarily want to open now if it's going to add that much to my inventory. But for the carry-alls, okay, we got through the task carry-all, the essence and trace rig carry-all. How about the small crafting carry-all? Okay, that's all woodworking stuff. I'm perfectly happy with that. This character is a woodworker. I don't necessarily need this character to hoard all my carry-alls, or all my carry-alls, but that is that for that character. Minstrel Scorn. So this seems to have Ironfold board. I mean, that's something that's this character could use. Thornhole, that's another thing for this character. Legendary Fragments I'd probably toss off. Same with Rime of the Anvil, that barter item that I guess doesn't go in the barter. Mordor Snag. I mean, that spark, I could use that on this character. Although it's something that another character could probably use more, although... Which is the crafted one? Like, which did I actually craft for myself? Okay, that item can be used in those. No, actually, I don't know, but I'll just keep those. Sunstones don't need to be there. Gundabad hides don't need to be there either. Like, I have Gundabad hides right here. Why aren't those stacking? Maybe that's another problem with carry-alls, is they actually aren't working. And then what happens if I have, like, one item in all these different carry-alls? Okay, which character am I sending what to now? Does anybody remember? Oh yeah, I was going to send my bank alt. I hope I transfer my bank alt. I think that's their name. It's a very bad name, but it's a name. I'm going to send... Is this bound? Oh, there we go. Sunstones. I believe those are a Gundabad resource, so I'd probably keep that on this character. But then everything else, I'll just send to the bank alt. This is the crafting items bank alt, if anybody is curious. So I will send anything that is below Gundabad level. That's Gundabad. Gundabad Skarn, high-grade Gundabad Skarn. So it looks like most of my stuff is Gundabad, which is good. Ithalhards I don't think are Gundabad, though. Rime of the Anvil, I guess I have 2 of those. And they don't stack, it seems like. So that's all Gundabad wax. So I do actually have 1 more carry-all, I think. Or 2 more carry-alls, wow. This character is flooded with carry-alls. But I think I'm going to get rid of one of these carry-alls and transfer them to... Transfer to another character, because Louisden doesn't need all of these crafting carry-alls. Or, not Louisden, Louis, the new Main Warden. Edible indigo leaf. Sounds like... Yeah, all this Minas Ithil stuff just needs to get sent to my bank alt. And then we still have 1 more crafting carry-all. Earlingus hides. I think this is when we'll find some more interesting stuff. Ideally, I could get just down to 1 carry-all for this character. And that way, all these little 10 crafting carry-alls can be sent to other characters that like could make use of it. Probably want to get as much value out of it as Louis would from a 50 slot crafting carry-all, but I mean, might as well use it while I have it. Universal Solvents. Is there a character that I would want to keep those? Like, having those hidden in a carry-all just... I don't know that I even have those. I think they're still useful for essences. Well, maybe not. I don't actually remember. Oh, this tier does require that. Okay, never mind. I'd love if they got rid of universal solvents. It's for the most part just a totally pay to win thing, but I do want to save my universal solvents for that. Black adamant shard. Rare shard for Doomfold. Oh, 20 of those, wow. But again, that's the thing, I have to think like, would this character even make the best use out of those? Should I have my Bankle carry that rare stuff? Or should I just let whatever character has their stuff carry that rare stuff? Same with Fragments of Gorgroth Dungeons. Probably would make the most use of that out of this character, actually. Dwaro Gleams. I think that's what those were called. Don't need those on this character. Ironfold Spices, definitely don't need that. Pristine Hides, don't need that. High grade Ironfold Skarn. Ironfold Hides, Doomfold Hides. Ember-worthy craft, I guess I'd keep that on this character, now that I know that's something I might want to try to keep up with. And I think that's it. So what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to just click gather on this, and maybe I'll take a lot of my low-level stuff out. That seems to have most of my Gundabad stuff, but if I take my, well, like, Rittermark Wax, oh, yeah, I actually do want that. But okay, that has a lot of Gundabad crafting stuff in it, which is okay. But if I open, like, this one has Gundabad crafting stuff in it. Wait, this is the 46 one. Oops. It's the same one. Like, this has all my low-level crafting stuff. This one doesn't have that many pieces in it, so I think I could get this one. So that's this crafting carryall, right? Yes. I think this is a nightmare to manage. I guess it's a good problem that I have these crafting carryalls in the first place, but just managing them. I just think having multiple crafting carryalls on one character kind of messes them up, because it seems like there's some stuff that should be stacking that's in like the same item in different carryalls. Seems to be causing, I don't know, an issue, but, well, yeah, an issue. Still helping, but not as much as it could be. So I think I'm just going to, this bank cult's going to have a large burden be dumped on her, but they will also take my 3 small crafting carryalls to divvy up. But I think I got sent all the stuff that I did not want, right? Oh no, I don't want Gundabad Spices, please. Actually, I do. I don't really, but I want to just go ahead and keep Gundabad stuff on this character. Okay. And then, oh hey, this one has a carryall. That's a carryall selection box. Maybe I could get a task carryall for, I'd consider that for a low-level character, but then the problem is, what if I don't play them all that much? Would I want to shift it around, but then I might have like low-level tasks with high-level tasks. To me, it would just make a bit of a mess. Anyway, Augustus, I don't think I ever got to your comment where you said, and you hope in the future they will do something about inventories. And yeah, even you have 90 slots. I don't know how many slots my inventory has. I can count it if you all want. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I think that's 162 plus 17. That doesn't seem right. I counted 179, but that does seem odd to me. It would be 179. That just doesn't make much sense. Although they come in slots of 4, don't they? No, they come in slots of 5. Yeah, how could it be 179 then? Oh, that's 17. This would have been a much easier way to count, because I actually had one. I think I counted one too many. But 17... times 7. So I actually had both numbers off. 17 times 7 is a lot harder to just quickly do in my head. So that'd be 102 plus 17, which would be 119, plus 16, which would be 135. Yes, Jefferbit. 130, not quite 136, one less than 136. I would love if I had that, but anyway, had the 160 or 170 number. Yeah, even without that, or even with all this space, my inventory is basically always full. Carry-alls really do help, though. So what was I doing? Oh yeah, so I was trying to get, so this character, if I just gather, that should have me all set with that. Whatever's in my inventory is just in my inventory. I think technically I can work on my crafting guild. Hopefully that's not needed for any tracery business. I would love if they just did away with the crafting guilds, but yeah, I had that outfit. I was using that for a while on this character on Anor. But yeah, I could make these crafted guild things. Anyway, I think it's a good time to hop over to Louisden, right? Or do I want to look at stuff first? I'm going to be bombarded with mail either way. Oh yeah, so maybe before I do that, my vault has a lot more crafted stuff. So I don't mind putting some of the low-level resources just straight into my vault. It's of course nice to have them in the crafting carry-all, but if there's not room for them, then there is not room for them. But this will just have me set on what I actually have, and I guess I'm just putting all that stuff right back in here. And then if I ever need to take this stuff out, I just can. Although I don't anticipate that I'll need a lot of this that frequently. Oh, don't have enough room. That's okay, we can get rid of all these crates. That's what's also going to be sent to my bank alt. So I will just send these crates off to my bank alt. And the Ethilglad crafting components. I wonder if those actually sell at all, auction house. Yeah, so 135 should be the cap for inventory slots, which I was not aware that it was that number, but seems like that's what it is. I honestly don't think my bank alt has enough storage spaces for all this stuff, but it's possible. Wow, perfectly 12. Then Ethilglad crafting component. I guess I'll send that to the bank hall as well. Okay, that freed up a lot of vault spaces, which I can put this crafting stuff, especially the lower level crafting. I'd rather keep the Gundabad crafting in my inventory, just because that's the stuff I'll keep getting. And better to have it in one spot than two spots, really. I think that Windswept Black Ash, that's Gundabad. Thornholt, that is not Gundabad. And then there's other stuff I can even put in my, like, the crafting might not even be the highest priority because there's other stuff I want to put in my vault. Including this stuff, probably these housing items as well. Well, there we go, we're full. And then we are... sending to Bankalt again. Sometimes it's hard to think after playing 3 hours straight and at this point being pretty close to ready for bed. Wow, I almost have 2 whole rows of inventory slots open. This is kind of crazy, to be honest. Got me lots of cosmetics in my inventory as well. Again, there are some cosmetics like these cloaks that I could just get from Reclaim or get on another character, but honestly, I don't really care about cloaks, so I'm happy to get rid of them. Hooded Thrang Victory Cloak, I think that's more of a unique look one, right? Or it's not one that I get on every character. So maybe I'll keep that just to keep that. And otherwise, I'll start putting more cosmetics in. This one, I don't have the full set. I have the chest piece, the shoulder pad, and the helmet of the... That would be the Anvil of Winterstith set. I don't know that it's something I'd use, but just because I have that many pieces of it, I figured I'd keep it. Yeah, I'm probably actually never going to use that. That's pretty... It seems like it fits the theme of Anvil of Winterstith, but it's not something I'd likely use. Okay, otherwise we have some fancy swords, a fancy axe, you know, all these weapons that I definitely use on a warden and don't just always use my spears and javelins. Well, spears. That would be the melee counterpart. But there we go. We got a lot of spaces there. I still have stuff that can disenchant into moats. I have stuff like that in my inventory, but... Oh, apparently I did have some level 131 traceries here. I'll take those out. And you know what? Might as well take all the stuff that can disenchant just straight into crafting mats. Might as well take that out and send it on over. I am very scared to log into my bank alt. And Iran Ruin, I remember seeing your message, but I don't remember responding as I was going through this stuff. But yeah, the quest tracker update will be very nice. Definitely looking forward to that as well. Okay, I have more spaces again. So I guess I'll put just more stuff that can disenchant into modes of enchantment, really. That I might want up there. This guy cannot disenchant. This guy's cosmetic. I have one more vault space. What do I want? Maybe I'll put one of these guys. Actually, I could equip these, couldn't I? I don't think that's necessarily the most ideal use for them always, but it'll get them out of my inventory for now. And then I'll put that up there. Maybe these can go in chest 1 and I don't know. It's gonna go in chest 3. But wow, we now have over 2 rows of inventory slots free. Alright, let's switch to character and send probably a whole inventory's worth of items on over. Actually, it won't be that much, but I'm going to be sending a lot of stuff to this character from Louisden. But first, I need to log into my bank alt, the character I just sent to like thousands of items to. I feel like I won Lotro with that many inventory slots that are like free. Maybe the logout will complete. If we had a cat here, I would go to the cat cam. There's a cat. Wait. You all can't see the cat. Let me try something. Haha. Oh, now that the character loads. Well. There, the cat cam has a cat in it. If I had like Lotro points I could give away, I would give somebody Lotro points if they could spot the cat. That'd be very hard to verify. But the first person that like accurately describes, in fact, if anyone's playing on Landfall and they can describe where the cat is, I will send them 7 gold. That's what I can do. I think I have a box sticking out right there. Let's see. Somebody sees a kitty ear. I don't actually see an ear. Top of the shelf? Yeah, that's where it would be. The top of the cat tree. Wait, where is my bank alt? While we're waiting, while we're waiting for the character to log in. Oh, it's actually more than our ear. So I'm going to copy, paste, and then we do spacebar, zoom out, because that makes sense. And y'all get to see my wall and my chair. You did see an ear. I didn't even see it right. There we go. That's like 40 times zoom or something ridiculous. But there's the cat. I can make a noise to make her look at me. A little bit, she turned her head. Oh! I have no idea where Piper even was, but I called and she appeared. I can't get mad at her now. I mean, I'm the one that made the cat noise. Wow. And we thought my Warden's inventory was clean. Oh, it feels so weird to destroy like a light weapon aura, but... Wait, I can just learn that. It feels so bad to destroy that type of stuff. I don't think there's any per character thing that I really have to worry about from these bonus items. I think they're just cosmetics, basically. And if it's a pure bank alt, like I want the storage spaces, I have my casual, comfortable robe. That's like perfect for a bank alt to me. Got my club. Can't go without my club. And of course, it's best to be in bear form for all your banking needs. Oops, I didn't mean to punch the cat with the cat cam, or with the microphone, but as much as Bu says she gives to the microphone, I think it's fine that the microphone got its revenge. Anyway, we should have some mail. Can't find that's in. There's him. Just in all these items. Some of these might end up stacking. It's entirely possible. I don't know how probable it is, but this is everything that I just sent from my previous character. There's all those boxes. More boxes. It's like I'm moving. And stuff that I can disenchant into boxes. I think it disenchants into boxes. I really hope you can disenchant in bear form. That is locked. Is it? Yeah, these just turn into boxes. I hope none of that I actually did want to keep.
Greetings.
Okay, vault. Oh, I still have all the scroll cases on this character? Really? I still could destroy those. Like, I'd be perfectly happy to get rid of these if I needed the inventory spaces. So that is something that I don't need to do right now necessarily. Oh, rare crafting component. That one just, it's one that actually is kind of useful. Can you believe I have a character that's like this organized? I wonder if I should put oddities, if that would be what's best to put in my vault or how I should work that out. But anyway, my bank vault. Getting a little bit full on the storage, but very clean. And I think now we get to start flooding Louisden's inventory. Not Louisden. Louisden gets to have his inventory cleaned out and transferred to Louis, including a lot of his clothes and legendary item traceries and all this sort of stuff. I wonder if there's a point where Piper would want me to stop petting her head specifically. Like, if I just pet her for like 48 hours straight, would she like ever want water or want food? Piper says hi, Dave. I say hi. Now we're just waiting for chat to say hi. Yeah, this character is the Heritage Rune Storage person. Oh, hey, and stuff I literally just sent from earlier today from my warden. Okay, I think well, actually the starting point should be destroying that useless thing. The Heritage Runes, I would only use those if there's a reward that I really want. Otherwise, it's to me just worth saving the Heritage Runes. Especially for future seasons where I might not be able to play that much, but maybe there's a reward that I really want in it. For this one, there is the Painted Skeletal Steed. I think that's what it's called. Something like that. Which could work for a character or two. If it had the War Steed outfit with it, I would definitely consider. Or if there were a War Steed version of that outfit included with it, I would definitely consider it. But because that does not seem to be the case, then I am not. Yeah, I am not wanting that one for this particular season. It's basically a way for me to get the most out of the Heritage Runes. She's trying to just like lay between my arms but can't get comfortable. Do I focus cat cam on the cat that is that far away? Look, she's cute too. Or do I focus it on the cat that is... Oh, that's my hand. That's my... Oh, wow. Like, that's how zoomed in it is. Or do I focus it on that cat? Here's without the zoom, by the way. That's like how far it is. Very delightful. Yes, they are sisters. They very much seem like it. They are, 1, bonded. 2, the place said they were litter mates. The only reason is at the adoption center, they were rescued from a hoarding situation. So there's not 100% confirmation, but they pretty much are. Who am I sending to? Louis? It's so weird that like my main character is actually named Louis now. I'm not used to that. Usually it's like Louisden or Louis-7. Every single thing. is going to Louis. But I must wait before doing that. Wait. Oh, that's the kin mail for the 4th anniversary. We did just have our kin's 4th anniversary a few days ago. We were formed the first day of Anor. It was Anor's 4th anniversary, but Anor did not survive to see that. Who is Chibi Gandalf? Oh, they just logged off. I have no idea who they are, though. Both cats, I believe, are around 4 or 5 years old. I'm guessing, without actually thinking about it, 4 and a third. Ish. Very much so. Ish on that. Have all these Virtue XP boosters, which will probably be funneled to my Warden when we have the next Virtue XP boost weekend, where we get like 10%, 20% extra. I think 10% is the next one. Cannot mail. Wait, that's bound to account. Oh, I have to type in the name first. We're sending everything. To anybody that has sent Louisden stuff over the years, which has been viewers in the past if I remember correctly, I really appreciate it, but it's time for it to move on from Louisden to new Main Warden, aka Louis. Essence box. Can the Skoonabad treasure be sent? Nope. Or dwarf treasure, that's what it's called. Oh yeah, I got Winter Delving's essence box on this guy. Oh, it's next week, really? I did not realize it was that close. I guess my new Main Warden will be capping on virtues next Thursday then. Almost capping. I don't intend to go full cap, but I intend to get like pretty close. I think I have enough boosters to get to cap even without the 10% bonus, but I do want to save some for like maybe my Runekeeper or all the other characters that I might level up. So the thing with Louisden is he's going to become a storage character. That might seem kind of ridiculous that I have a level 140 Warden. Like of my 3 level cap characters, one of them's going to be dedicated to a bank alt now. But he really is just, he's being replaced by Louis. That's the problem with having Louisden for my non-legendary server character and playing him when new content came out. But then I would have my Warden on Anor, who did a lot more and I think even better progression. I didn't have the Skoonabad toolkit on that Warden the whole time. Just a tusk. Or maybe I did. Maybe I had the good one on new Main Warden. I'm sending so much random stuff. But yeah, this character, the intention is that he will not see combat again. So that's why I'm sending everything over. That one's bound, cannot be disenchanted. That one's bound, also cannot be disenchanted. Large die carryall. I guess I can send that. Oh, I have another large crafting carryall on Louisden. I guess I knew that at one point, but I forgot about it. I didn't know he still had that. How much does that cost to send? Not too bad, 61 silver. Matham Hunter's Armor, I seriously hope my Warden will not need that. I'm going slow again. That means I need to get back on track here. Chestnut Corgi, bound to account. I'm guessing that's something every character gets. Yeah, I think that's something every character gets now. Power potions, health potions, consumables of all sorts. Even these, yes, I actually have Gundabad potions. I know Louis does not. See, we're getting to the exciting stuff. Instead of cleaning out Louis, his inventory, we're now like going to be flooding his inventory. Like I'm giving him all the exciting level cap stuff, so it, to me, even though I'm more tired, more ready for bed, it is a little bit invigorating. To me, it feels more exciting, at least. This feels more exciting than what I was doing on Louis. If it really is more exciting, I guess that's for you viewers to decide. Okay, now I have to find a tracery reclamation scroll. We should probably go to Bree, Lalia's market, or just the return to Bree would work. I know my new main warden has Lalia's market, but I don't think this character does because I just got the Bree rep port. But I will get the town services and see what I have in my vault. Oh. Just passed by a concert, I think, or some sort of show.
Will you give me a moment of your time, friend? What can I do for you?
Okay, vault. Crystals of Remembrance. I still have my raid outfit on this character, the Autumn Sage stuff. Taliesin, your main just got 2 Minas Tirith. Hopefully you enjoy it and are excited for that general area in the game. I know a lot of people speak critically, say, ooh, I have bound... Oh, they're bound sturdy steel keys. That's exciting. Maybe we can find boxes to open with those. Like, these are the old keys. Before they had black steel keys. I think it is Lalia's market, but I'm not 100% sure. But I think this is where you can get those old loot boxes, so I can actually get use out of these steel keys instead of them just sitting in my inventory. Again, I'm not 100% sure. Oh yeah, she is the forgotten box vendor. The question is, which boxes should I open? You might naturally think the highest level ones, so I would think Enorian loot boxes, but could there be something more interesting in a lower level box? For example, I have a level 60-ish Minstrel. Maybe something interesting from a level 60 box? Or a level 10 box, get my new Before the Shadow character all OP. I'll probably just go with the highest level box, but that's somewhat of an interesting thought. Yeah, for anybody that has old sturdy steel keys, especially bound ones like this, consider getting these boxes from Lalia's market and getting use out of the keys. Oh yeah, the plaques. If you try to do that, it's probably going to feel tedious. I think there's a bit of an interesting exploration element. At least this is for me personally, but then it does take a good while. Vault? Yes. Scholar's Light Bridle. Alright then. Alright, first box. Pick 'em out. That's exciting. Hooded, tattered cloak. And then we also got an enhancement rune for level 101 from a level 100 box. Pick 'em out's exciting. Maybe I'll get that for my new character. The one that I'll be playing in the next update. Blue Rowan Steed. I'd probably like that one. Or Steed of the Duskwatch. I'd get a relatively... Like, I didn't expect me to get a relatively plain steed, because I tend to prefer those. And I got tattered tunic and trousers. I'm going for the full set here. Got my tattered cloak and tunic and trousers. And then what else did I get? I got a heritage rune. 320,000. Wow, 20 hope tokens. That's not bad at all. 225 marks isn't exciting, but I'll take the hope tokens. Relic removal scroll. Disenchants into tracery reclamation scroll. I actually want to use a tracery reclamation scroll, technically too. But that works. And then, if y'all saw all the Virtue XP stuff I had in my inventory, like I got this thing, and even the stuff I had on Louis, I got this 3 of these that give 10,000, and I have 9 of these that give 70,000. Well, I have 10 more that give 70,000. I have 25 that give 20,000, 25 more that give 20,000. 54 more that give 25,000. So I have 104 that give 25,000. And then I have 13 that give 19 that give 70,000 and 3 that give 10,000. Although it's actually, I want to try to do, but kind of. So that whole time I was talking about the numbers here, y'all could not hear me. I get why, because if I press the asterisk, that is my mute key. So when I was typing to find out that I have 3,440,000 Virtue XP, I was pressing that button. But yeah, that's how much I have. And the big line I had was praise the Valar, because these are all from Valars. So that's a decent bit of Virtue XP. With a 10% boost, that will be close actually to 4 million. That's why I'm waiting for a boost. That's like 340,000 extra that I could get out of all that. Which is a lot of Virtue XP still. Anyway, this character has stuff. Oh, my mouth go. But holy waterfall noises. Yeah, I guess there is waterfall noises here. Hopefully that wasn't too bad. It's like I know that button is what I press just because that's the keybind. I don't even know why I did that one, but it just seemed like a good button. I did that for the OBS mute, so very easy for me to mute myself and unmute, but then if I actually press that button, like in this case, I just totally forgot about it. Anyway, I think my vault is actually fairly clean on this character, which I'm pretty happy with, but there is more stuff that I need to send to the new main warden. And then after this, I think it'll be time for me to go in the shared storage and try to use tracery reclamation scrolls. It seems kind of silly to save like these 10 virtue XP, 50 virtue XP, all these things, even the 100, 200 virtue XPs when I have 3,440,000 in the Valor virtue XPs. But it's still something that can add up, especially when I start to consider alts and again, Dwarden, characters like that might be worth investing a bit in their virtue XP, but maybe not as much as like one of these really large tomes. But yeah, let's check out the shared storage. And more virtue XP. Since this character, he's like my virtue XP bank alt, might as well take those out as well. And then beyond that, the main thing I wanted was a Essence or Tracery Reclamation Scroll selection box. I want a Tracery Reclamation. And then there's the potential that I might want to use some Essence Reclamations, but I'm going to try without that. So Clapton Housecat for you, listening to me go through my inventory as ASMR. Glad it's useful for something. And also, nice visuals of the cat. Yes. Get all the traceries out. And same with the javelin. Sleepy chin indeed. All these are going straight to Louis. Oh, it looks like this character still had a lot of tier 13. That's not ideal. I was hoping to go full tier 14 with Louis, to be honest. Okay, I might store all the tier 13 stuff on this character, because I'd rather just go straight to tier 14 and only do tier 14 stuff. I realize that's a risky decision. Never sent those. I also need to use the restroom at some point. It is 11 o'clock. I've been streaming quite a while now, 3.5 hours. Yeah, for me at least it really helps. Oh, here's more virtue XP. I thought I had more virtue XP. We don't have no 3,440,000. We have 3,600,000. I forget exactly how many I pulled out. But I think that's enough to push me over 4 million with a 10% boost kind of easily, to be honest. More virtue XP. Maybe I should just search virtue. Okay. So Cassie, you didn't get to play LOTRO much yesterday or all week, so you took my stream time as your wind down time. Glad it helped with that. I have been the past month, I kind of noticed I've actually been able to stream kind of frequently compared to what I had been the past little bits. I haven't had quite as many videos, but there haven't been too many topics for me to have videos about. Besides, I have a... Actually, I lost my train of thought there. I have no idea what I was talking about, to be honest. What? How do I just, like, in the middle of talking about something, I just totally forget? I don't know. But I'm going to go on new main warden. Oh, plenty of time to stream. Yes, I have streamed a bit more frequently the past month. but I've made fewer videos. There haven't been as many topics for me to do like videos of. Yes, it seems to be. It gets to like 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. and that's like bedtime. Okay. Would Louis 7 have anything useful? Maybe. I might as well check him. Also, I still, like, all I have on my mind are grapes. I have both red and green grapes in the fridge. And then we have, or I have, apples. But then I don't have any source of peaches or canned peaches, but that's like the three things on my mind are grapes, apples, and peaches. Let's see, for Louis 7, he has a level 120 Valor, a level 120 Valor, and a level 130 Valor, if we want even more Virtue XP. I like to be we so I can be inclusive of you all. Of the chat. But then I'm like, I'm not sure we actually have apples. Yeah, I wonder for enhancement runes. I'll probably send those to Louis. I mean, as actually strong as Louis 7 is, like Runekeeper ain't doing too shabby, at least for tier 10 delvings in the beta and some random stuff I've done on him recently. I think I want to max out Louis first. So I'm going to send especially universally useful stuff over to Louis first. Probably the rep boost as well. This character even has a crafting curial? I guess I knew that. I knew my tailor had one. That's okay. His looks actually pretty clean. Alright, that looks good to me. Cat is snoozing. That's right. The Royal We. I've never heard of that. Sounds like, because I was able to type that in Google real quick while switching characters. It sounds like it's something about royal. A single person who is a monarch or holds some sort of power uses it to refer to themselves. It's a nosism? I've never heard of nosism either. Ah, yes, okay. I don't know about expressing a personal opinion is necessarily me saying like we have apples, but because that isn't much of an opinion. I kind of get the idea. That's actually a lot of stuff. I didn't realize I sent that much stuff from Louisden. Wait, I sent one of the Virtue XP things. What was I doing? Was I napping? Okay. Guys, my inventory is getting pretty full again. I think this was a mistake. Okay. I think I will start off everything that's actually useful. I'm so conflicted because I feel like it should be my javelin, but we all know it's the spear, right? I'm going to put every tracery that's actually useful on my Why do I have these partial blocks and parries? I guess that's stuff I don't need to send to this character, and like the careful step. I seriously hope I didn't actually get to the point where I was using that on Louisen. Shield Piercer, don't want that. Hampering Javelin, that one's okay, but that's like a B tier tracery for Warden at least. Okay, I think this guy. We need to get the Fist Gambit damage. We need to replace this one. That'll give me a couple thousand extra crit for the moment. And then we have area of effect attack damage. That is definitely going to be useful. It looks like this guy is already on AoE, so that is good as well. I'll get AoE targets. I think that's one I don't have that I would like to replace as well. Base morale multiplier. I would actually consider getting the base morale multiplier, at least as a temporary thing. Somewhat temporary, but I think that would go on the Javelin. And I would replace probably just single target attack damage. That's probably the least useful. Oh, damage over time. Area of effect. Oh. Yeah, I forgot what I needed to replace. Okay. I'll have to think about this later when I'm a little bit more awake. But if I remember correctly, the area of effect traceries don't actually affect damage over time. Is how I remember it working. But it's been a while since I paid attention to that and haven't heard people talk about that much lately. So I don't know if anybody knows if that is the case, like this area of effect attack damage, for example, that would not impact the damage over time. So something like 1 second. Something like Range Resounding Challenge, even though this is an AoE gambit, as far as I know, it would have 0 effect on it because it does not impact the damage over time component. That's why I think it was the single target damage was the like single one I was planning on replacing. But if I wanted well, I actually do have damage over time criticals as well. But if I wanted the healing one, the max morale multiplier, like which one would that replace basically? Every stream is Louis, inventory full stream, pretty much. I think, when did I start this inventory management? Like, when did I hit the level cap? About an hour ago? Okay, we're still not quite half the stream being just inventory management, but wow, Heraldry of the Ox. I remember that actually on Louisen. The best tracers that I got were the Might ones. Which still, I mean, that's still for this character a big upgrade, so might as well use it. Like, you see my morale just increase, even my physical mastery. I'm at a not so great 121.9%, but just from this tracery upgrade, I go up to 123.8. Anyway, we have damage over time criticals, which I believe is on the Javelin. And then don't anticipate using these. I think all these traceries, Hampering Javelin, that's the one that I put on the Javelin. It only makes sense to do it that way, really. That finesse will actually be helpful for this character, I think, right now. I could get rid of 90% of my inventory. I'm kind of thinking the opposite. I could add 90% inventory space in a way that this only takes up 10%. So like just give me so much inventory that 90% of my inventory is empty. Although I will say these potions, the level 120 ones, those should be gone, especially with what I sent over from Louisen, the like ones that I can actually use now, such as what is in here. Oh, I guess I just sent my dye and crafting carryalls. Okay, that makes sort of sense. Let me go through. I'd rather just lay all the gear out before I do anything about it. I feel defeated by this inventory right now. Let's just drink that. Oh, and I still have block rating and evade rating. Oh no. Android maneuver. That one I could actually consider for the physical mastery. Is there any tracery that just like needs replacing? Ambush? Yeah, well that gives crit. I might actually prefer crit at some point. Like I'm thinking long term for the character. I might end up preferring crit. Is there something on the spear I need to replace? Spear gambit damage. Wages of Fear. See, that has crit. Shield Gambit line healing. Although that's one I'd want to replace with Shield Gambit line healing. Yeah, we do need this stuff in the inventory. Maybe I feel more defeated by my vault than anything. But again, it's like 90% cosmetic. I can't just like get rid of cosmetics. I think these are all actually useful cosmetics. And again, that's like most of it. I do have the crafting stuff, but it's also something, unlike cosmetics, actually useful for the character. Okay, so my vault is not an option at the moment. I have all these really random but powerful potions. Right, let's get rid of these. That'll be a start. And then I'm also going to spend a lot of my LI stuff. Actually, I have to go to tracery token, winter stith coins. These are bound. Maybe it's time I spend the tracery tokens. Like, I want this character to be decent. I don't mind getting me some teal traceries for this level. But first, I want to go. This is going to be quite the adventure we're going on. But I'm going to log on to my lore master, Louis 1. The Anor LM lore master. Yeah, the thing with the inventory, though, even if I don't necessarily use most of it, a lot of it has uses that are a bit scattered about, perhaps. I heard a cat. Did not see a cat. I don't really use fire oils that much on the Warden. If I remember correctly, one of the big things is they do not impact marked in whatever the other javelin debuff is. That is also true. When I did the tier 10 delving, I was too lazy to even use my consumables. I think for Talisian, the Ministerieth, it really does have a lot of quests around. It just has lots of quests within the city. Okay, who was I switching to? Oh yeah, Louis had it already. Louis 1 in his fancy outfit. I need to stretch my legs, but I don't really want to stand again. Y'all might notice this is something I haven't had to do as much lately. I know it's really not the greatest view still, but like when I have my legs stretched out on my leg rest box like this. Hopefully the audio's still okay. I know it can be finicky with how close I am to it and whatever, but hopefully it's still okay. This lets me stretch my legs without standing. The winning. Tome of the Fox. Barring skill, fox speech. Oh, I already have it. Okay. I actually did not send much stuff to this character. But fear not, his inventory is about to get... Oh no. Compare cracked tracery token. Do I have anything for a legendary tracery? That's one I'd also consider using. I think yellow enhancement runes I would be able to use. I do have some level 131 Warden traceries. Wait, I have... Why does this character have this stuff? Hey, cat too. Lexi's here. She's rubbing against the microphone too, a little bit, kinda, sorta, not really. Audio's fine until I punch the mic, that is. And again. See how well behaved Lexi is, though? She doesn't just, like, keep rubbing against the microphone and keep bothering. She comes up here, gets her pets, and leaves. I agree, Patrick, for the purpose of streaming it doesn't make sense to hassle with the inventory so often, but the stuff is all useful. Like, I'd rather just have a gigantic inventory where I didn't need to hassle with it like this, but we gotta get the most out of our stuff, basically. The sad thing is, this character is one that I actually, like, want to level after the Before the Shadow changes to trait points. I think he's doing kind of okay on his trait points, though, but he'll probably get... I wouldn't even be surprised if I get 10, 15 more. Piper is a lot more clingy and demanding. Y'all don't see Lexi, though. Sometimes she just, like... She's not as much quite in my face, but she'll, like, meow and complain at me a lot from the floor. Or just, like, sleep by me when she's... Like, she goes through phases of just being in the mood where I describe her as a lot more needy than Piper. But she is less annoying about it. Less in my face about her neediness. I don't need these tier 1 power potions, that much we can hopefully agree on. Cloak of the Helmingas, don't need that. I didn't delete everything, did I? Where'd my stuff go? Oh, I somehow filtered healing potions. I didn't even know you could do that. Actually, I think I did, but still. I think these are only usable in Frostbluff. Like, yeah, I probably don't need to keep those. I also moved that somewhere, and I have no idea where. Oops. Cloak of the Earlingas. Horror Mantle. What? Oh, shell. Okay, I see what I'm clicking. I honestly can't believe so many people are sticking around this long to watch me just go through and delete stuff out of my vault just so I can make space to start claiming stuff on the reward track. But glad you all are enjoying this. I also feel like I look really bored, but I'm not. I'm just tired. I have all these staffs, like, these are legitimate cosmetics for this character. I don't need that many broken engravings, I will say. thought, didn't I just like do stuff to clean out my inventory? Wait, word of power tracery selection box, dash level 130, bound to account. Why didn't I just use those on the character that they're for? Yeah, I didn't need them. I guess that's the case. And why did I get this character all my Matham Hunter's armors? Like, he's just flooding in enhancement runes and traceries and all this reward track stuff. Ancient scripts, that's probably the worst one. Like, we're gonna be honest, it's the ancient scripts. That's what's holding me back so much. And this is not a bank alt. That's the real problem. This is not a bank alt. This is a real character that I actually want to go out into the world and play and level up and acquire stuff and collect stuff. But nah, he's just here stuck holding all my enhancement runes and traceries and ancient script boxes. Okay. This particular chair is not as good. As much as I like this chair not being upholstered and bonded leather, I think it was. I think that's the name of it. It's not the best for like leaning back in, unfortunately. Okay, we have, I think, like 60-ish levels to claim. 63 levels to claim. And... oh, somebody waved to me, I think. I noticed a lot more people on Langerball wave to me than Anor. There's a good chance because there's like 10 times as many players, if not even more. Oh, I keep clicking further into it. That'd be the problem. Oh, my inventory is getting full. I might have actually heard a PMDing the YouTuber Louis. I am indeed. I don't know if you all knew that, but Glooby now does. I feel famous right now. Cracked moral tracery. Why does this character have that? I guess I know I sent all my ally stuff to this character, but I need another bank alt. I need a bank alt just for enhancement runes and wait, I need a character that is high enough level to claim the rewards. Louisden. But he's not in a state for this. Okay, the ones that say enhancement rune rare, so they only have one enhancement rune, those are the ones I'm going to start opening. The ones that say like enhancement runes ×4, those are the ones I'm going to do the biggest hoarding of. But the ones that just have a single enhancement rune, or I think it could be 1 to 2. Oh no, I did a tracery. That was the worst waste. And go through all this effort to get the most... I don't even have the new allies on this character. Which is probably a problem. If he's the one I'm going to play, he needs some of the new allies. I feel even more defeated now. Okay, enhancement rune ×1. That's what I want to open. But that's... I gotta stop opening this stuff. That's for... Somebody needs to come stop me from doing this. I just need to stop. Okay. I'll start fresh. Sorted my inventory. I'm not even going to open my vault. We're going to send to Louis. We're going to search enhance. So we're going to do anything that is enhancement rune ×1. Okay, I think the uncommon only have ×4, so I will actually go ahead and send those as well. And that'll give me some baseline free inventory slots. I'm going to double check that if I have any more that I could just do. I think for cosmetics, does this character really want any of these? He doesn't want that one. Well, I might. The thing is, some of the mounts and the such, I don't want to just like destroy those here. Seal chest of embers and figments. I think embers and figments, that can go to Louis. I would do this tomorrow, but today really is my day to do it. We're almost at tomorrow anyway. Like, we just have to do this for 32 more minutes, then I can also be doing this tomorrow. Okay, I might actually end up wanting some of these tracery tokens, but first I want to open my vault and I'm going to take out anything that is enhancement runes ×1 and maybe even enhancement runes ×2. Yeah, we'll also do ×2. And then Coffer of the Dancing Hobbit, sure, I'll give that to Louis. Because that contains, yeah, a cracked tracery token, so I'll go ahead and give that to Louis. Still, I'm thinking a lot of this stuff is very much so long-term. Like, so I'm all set up for the level 150 expansion next fall. I gotta hoard as much as I can for that. I'm most excited, Goji King, for the class trait point change, but honestly there's a lot of stuff coming in the update, but the class trait point change for me at least outclasses all the other changes in excitement level. Okay, I think I'm at a point where I can go back to this panel and we can start claiming rewards again. How far did I get? I got like 23 levels, so I got about a third of what I have. Okay, now I'm going to have to send something. I'm forcing myself to send something because my inventory is that full. So we'll look at enhancement rune again. We'll go to Louis. See, I'm not opening stuff. That's when we had big mistakes, when I decided to right click. These are all enhancement runes ×4. Okay, that's okay. I don't have to open all these. That's another consideration, is while I'll have these on Louis. Oh, it's going to be a nightmare. But while I will have these on Louis, I don't have to open them. Y'all saw how messy Louis' inventory was. I didn't even get to his gear. I didn't even open everything that I sent from Louis then. Okay. I need a new bank alt. I need to send the reputation stuff to Louis. I think that is my solution to this problem. And he can take anything that ancient scripts and pot and skillet item. Dwarden can take some of this junk as well, is what I am thinking. So he can take Tracery of Reclamation Scrolls. He can take a Replic. Oh, that's full. Okay. I think with clearing all this reputation stuff, that will really help with this character because the vault will have quite a bit more space. I'm actually clearing up, yeah, a lot of inventory spaces from this reputation stuff. And that way I don't have to completely get rid of it. And it did seem like Dwarden, he was getting to a more cleaned out state where he could actually do that. So maybe we can eventually shift maybe some of this stuff to Dwarden, especially what I don't want to open on the new Main Warden. But I think that's looking pretty decent. Tracery level 131, definitely want to send that specifically to Louis. I see another one that's red that's going to be Coffer of Adventurer's Jewelry for agility. Don't know why this character got stuck with that, but that's one of those like loot box thingy things that you can open. Although that might be better to wait till after the update, because I don't know if that will recalculate what item levels it can get. Yeah, it is a good strategy to just stockpile stuff that you don't need for your character, or when you like want them to have a big upgrade. Like for me, I'm getting Louis set up for the tier 10 delvings. I want him to be at a point where he can pretty much jump straight into those. That way I can play them on launch day on my Warden and not just my Runekeeper. Although I technically could, but that way he has a little bit of a better chance. Wait, what is my mic picking up? Huh. It's just kind of weird. I was looking at OBS when I was not talking and it sounded like it was picking up a lot of noise. But yeah, I think I am clear enough for now. I keep finding stuff I can actually use. That's what I really should be looking at on this character. I thought I already got through all that stuff, but there's just lots and lots. Ooh, this food would actually be great for Dwarden. It's very random, and I got very excited, but that is true. That would actually be very nice for Dwarden. Afraid of the Dark, message from Azog. Oh yeah, this character is one of the characters that I've got some of the farthest that I've gone into the... Wait, that one's actually in Mirkwood, isn't it? Or is it not? Yeah, that one will be in Mirkwood. But this is, yeah, this character got some of the farthest that my characters have gotten into the Moria epic quest. Bone Ring. That one actually should be an upgrade over what I have equipped on the left. A Ring of Tactics. Oh, it had minimum level 60. I wonder if I was saving that for level 60. And then Nuria. I'd probably keep that for now, see how that works later. And then the sword is a lower level one that I definitely do not want. There's 2 spaces cleaned up. Stone Reader's trousers. Those are replaced. How about this little scroll thing? Tome of the Chestnut Corgi. If I just went through everything in this character's inventory, I think we'd be doing a lot better at this point. Armor of the Hornburg Defender, I'm not going to use that on this guy. Crafting materials, specialty crafting materials, gift boxes. Let's go here. What, I can't put Barrowbrie in there? Corgi is a cute pet. To me, it just matches so well with hobbits, but I don't really play hobbits. But I still like it. Okay, I think we're actually doing a whole lot better than we used to be. I have 20 spaces open in my vault, and I don't actually have that many new rewards to claim. So I am definitely doing significantly better on this character than I was. Again, it would be nice if he's actually in a state where he's just ready to go out questing, but to me that is not going to be necessary. Okay, that seems to work pretty well when I just click near the start. Oh, inventory's full. I'm actually going into overflow. What's this fancy one? Incomparable coffer of craft. Yes, the ones that give crafting things, I definitely want to send to Louis. Why am I keeping the barrowbrie? It's like a collectible thing, something like that. And I think there's an achievement if you can have it kill you. I don't know if this character might be too high level at this point for that. And then also Sylvan Quiver. It sounds like something I'd actually want. This reward track seems to be, the season of the reward track that is, seems to be a bit better than some of the previous ones, just based on my initial look at this in a very limited scope. Okay, I think that's good to send off for now, and I will sort my inventory and maybe put some of the bigger ticket items once again in. Anything that is ancient script, that's like my priority to get in the vault, is anything that is ancient script, so we'll toss these guys in real quick. Oops. My bad. Because the ancient script ones are the ones that I'm less likely going to need, so they might as well be the ones sitting in the vault, being packed and stored away. Okay, and I think that is enough that I can just claim the rest. Like, we're already at a point where, yeah, I'm getting pretty close to what I have. And, oh, I actually did claim everything I can. Okay, great. Enhancement Runes Legendary. That is going to be the next one. I wouldn't mind trying to get to that point, but I won't worry about that right now. I wonder, so the reward track resets in 3 days. So that's going to be on the Before the Shadow launch day, but then it's 10 hours after that, so I think it's going to be the morning after Before the Shadow release. So I will want to, the evening that I play the Before the Shadow launch, I will want to definitely make sure I do the reward track. Quest chain to gather the Grey Company to go to Enidwaith. Yeah, I kind of remember that. The Lucky Horseshoe. I wonder if my old characters on Arkenstone have that, or at least the one. I think I did that on my Warden. I don't know if I ended up going through the whole quest chain though, but yeah, I do remember that one. Good reminders in World Chat to claim your reward track. It might only take you half an hour to sort your inventory and vault to do that, but it is important to do. Okay, what do we have next? So I think I got everything that is level specific. I just claimed everything. That's another thing. And then I sent a few specific things on over. If there's more, I know this character has more. That's one of the big, more important things, is that I do indeed know that this character has more if I get to that point. But I think we'll go to the House of Rivendell thing, and if I can stop yawning, try to get Louis a little bit more set up. See, I had all this time to level Louis, so I decided I'd play other characters, but then it gets pretty close to November 15th. Like, it's getting to that date pretty quickly. And I could do some of this stuff off stream, but I think it's more exciting to do it on stream. It is for me, at least. And then... Oh, nice outfit. Uh-oh. Nice outfit. What's who wearing? Is it this character? The one I'm logging into now? This one's, I think, from PvMP. Just the one you can barter for silver. When I saw that, I just, like, got that because it even looked neat. Okay. I still have mail from Dwarden to get through. Okay, fortunately, neither of those have legendary LI stuff. This one does. And then Louis, this is going to be enhancement runes. I'd rather wait on the enhancement runes, so I'm not even going to get the mail. Like, if I don't need it right away, I'm not even going to get the mail. I think the embers and figments could be interesting, but this character actually doesn't have some of the deeds for bartering for embers. So that's where it gets really complicated with gear. Also, I forgot to take off Dwarden's gear to send to this guy. So, I think we have to go back to Dwarden, see what he can barter. I think he has tier 2 for the 6-man would be the barter that Dwarden has available. And then I'll send him gear. And then we can go with the Ember stuff. But I wanted to make sure that I opened everything that was level specific. Because I think I sent one of those things that's level specific. Yeah. So we'll see what these two give. Oh, this one I can just select jewelry piece. And I don't want to do that yet. I want to wait till the update just to see if it does change. But I probably won't want this. My goal was to get all my traceries up to teal at this point. I don't know that I will worry too much about that. Anything that I can't get, I might just go with purple. But I do think I want to replace all the old traceries I have at this point. But we'll look more into that. So, yeah, the thing with enhancement runes, I feel like that's the biggest question for me at this point. Is like the enhancement runes and what the deal is with those. Make sure they're actually out of my essence and task carry. I can put the yellow traceries. That'll be a good one. I don't need to worry about. So for legendary items at this point, I could definitely use some yellow enhancement runes. The problem is I can also spend my ancient scripts and get plenty of those. Like if we go to Rivendell and go to the Elrond's library, go to the Archive of Traceries, I think you can get yellow enhancement runes for level 140 or level 131 is what it would be, but we can double check that. And I think I can get those with ancient scripts, which I would much rather do, actually. Oh, that lag was not good. I know that happens every time, but I still do it. Or because of the lag, by time you can... Yeah, because of the lag, your war steed just totally skips, and then by the time you can get control of it again, it's in the river. Minor detour. At least we're moving. We're kind of nice to just run around the landscape after playing Lord of the User Interface online again. Reminds me of the old LI system, so I'm kind of at home. Yeah, that is a good reason to not ride word steeds in cities. Los Allegrin. That is a kin name. Character name is Thalabor, but it's a pretty neat outfit. It could be twins. Anyway, I gotta talk to Elfsmith lady. Oh, that's not her name. It is, her name is Legendary Weapons / Class Items. Interesting name, but a bit strange. So I'm very close to 90,000 ancient scripts. I have 89,915. So I think I'm okay spending. How often is enough to... Oh, the cost in gold is killing you each level, Lars, for reforging your allies. I think you could just do it when you feel like you need an upgrade. For me, gold is something I have not had to really worry about in the game. But if that's tough, you could try doing maybe every 10 levels instead of every 5. Yeah, I think I could actually get not 20,000, but 2,000 enhancement runes. I don't want that many of the yellow enhancement runes, that is. And whatever I get on this character, I suppose like anything I get after that can be saved for alt, so it wouldn't be the biggest waste. It's deed into my ancient scripts, but really not that much. And then thinking reward track. Yeah. So yeah, maybe I need to look a little bit more in detail about which teal, what the teal traceries are. Okay, purple enhancement runes, however, I'm plenty happy to have more of those. So any of these things that have purple enhancement runes, I'll go ahead and open that mail, especially the ones that had singles. I think that is fine for me to work towards. Like this one. This one also has a cracked tracery token, so I believe that should give me tracery token legendary. Yeah, that'll give me the 131 to barter, so I can get 1 gold tracery. Hopefully you all know which one I'm getting, but immediately go to Warden tracery. We'll go to 131 legendary, and we want mastery cooldown. That is the best Warden tracery, and I think that one's definitely worth getting as my one gold tracery that I have. So that one is going to go on, I believe, the spear, and I think it'll replace the exact same gold one that I have lower level. That was probably, I wonder if that was a mistake then. Maybe I should have gotten something else because I already had this in gold. And Clapton, thank you for joining the stream. Hope you enjoyed all this organization, LI stuff, and sorting through this mess and getting this character ready. Again, the context is we're getting this character ready for tier 10 delvings in before the shadow, as well as the skirmish, doing the tier 3 scrade. I hope people run that, and I hope that's people will try to pug that. If it's balanced like a normal skirmish, then I do expect the tier 3 to be the standard difficulty for this grade. But yeah, I will see. Well, let me check my mail. This one has, okay, that's the one with, but then it has shattered tracery token. We can open that one. Okay. Good to bad craft recipe selection box. So if I did tailor, word of craft focus, minus all skill. Oh, these actually have different ones. And these are the stat traceries. Plus 10% damage threat and increased healing. I wonder if that's a funny tracery. I wonder if anybody actually uses that though. Crit defense, tactical, critical multiplier, haste, in combat run speed. That sounds like they're trying to do like the speed stat from WoW. Devastate magnitude. The problem is, I wonder if these have multiple outputs. Because the problem is, I mean, Devastate Magnitude, that's just such a weird one. Maybe you should focus on the, or I, in this case, should focus on the critical rating that it gives. These also won't have any set bonuses. I'd probably really like the light damage. These don't seem to have set bonuses, though. Honestly, these recipes are... They are a bit disappointing to me. But I guess because I'm a woodworker, I'd go ahead and get the woodworker one. It's a single-use recipe. I wouldn't mind seeing how this works for myself. And yeah, that doesn't have multiple outputs. You can crit it. I can actually do a guaranteed crit for gold. I could see like Fire Runekeeper or anybody with inductions wanting that. Cost ancient scripts to craft. That's actually kind of hilarious. But yeah, maybe I can like sell that. Let's see. I'll just search focus. 650 gold. Yeah, I mean, that's something like if I sold this and then I think could use the gold in the future for the stuff they have upcoming with crafted traceries as well, I would not actually mind that. I'd rather give it to somebody that could use it or trade it for one that like this character would like, but it's good to know that that's an option basically. So I think I had shattered, yeah, tracery token for incomparable. I'll go ahead and get that. And then what did I have here? A bunch of enhancement runes, which I'd rather avoid using. And then I had the Emperor stuff. And then I have too many mail panels open. Okay. So I think next step is Dwarden again. We're getting through this. I feel like we made a bigger mess, but at the same time, I feel like I'm actually making progress. Like, I feel like I'm making real progress and have a better idea of what I want instead of just sending every single thing to this character. I can pick and choose things a little bit better now. Oh, a neat thing on Discord, I was just looking at that because I've gotten a few notifications. I can't see how many new people joined since this stream, since I shouted that out again and put the pin message, but as we're waiting for Lotro to load here. Hold up. I'm going to... I still have the other OBS open, so I was just exiting that so I can get to this one. And we will go to cat cam while waiting, but Lotro is not responding if anybody was curious, so we're waiting for that. But yeah, it seems like a decent chunk of people did join, so hopefully people like it there in the Discord. Again, trying to get it set up a little bit better than it previously was. Of course, always trying to improve it, but hoping to keep things progressing with it. And we just had a pretty big wave of good changes, I think, the past week or so. Play with Silly Putty. That is a way, Bella, you have the tip to play with Silly Putty for people who use keyboards and mice a lot to strengthen hands and keep them from having cramps. It might actually be good for my left hand because that's the one that my muscles get sore from the Warden, just having to press those kind of crazy-ish keybinds. Okay, so Lotro is responding and I can pick Dwarden as the character I want to get into. Also, I should probably give myself a time limit. I've only had practice staying up late because we were doing kin stuff with our anniversary up to like 12:30 or something crazy like that last night. But I need to get myself back to my normal schedule, which probably won't be hard, but I do need to get myself back to my normal schedule by Tuesday. Okay, so I want to go to Gundabad. Probably not Bazin, whatever that was. And I want to go... I actually want to journey to the Hall of Nozel here. Oh, wow, Tell. So for you, that recent patch where they changed the XP, it did positively affect you. So during Season 2, you weren't able to finish, and now your 20 rewards past 100. Yeah, I do seem to... It's really hard for me to measure how much I have played the different seasons, but Season 3, I seem to be a little bit higher than I was Season 2. Again, that's without me caring much or paying much attention about it, but I've also done more stuff to level recently. One of the problems with the reward track, and I don't think this is intended by the way Standing Stone Games implemented, but it's a reality of how it feels to me, is it feels like it punishes me for leveling characters that are below level 50 or that don't have access to contribute to the reward track yet. And I don't think that is a good part of the system. Again, it's more of a oh, I'm in the game. I'm honestly not doing anything, so I don't think it's that big of a deal that y'all have seen the cat the whole time. But I was in Bree. I pressed Journey to Hall of Nozel. I went to Hall of Nozel, went here. So that's the catch up of what's happened in game. But yeah, this season I am a little bit higher. Oh yeah, so what I was talking about, yes, it does feel like my low level characters are punished for leveling by not being able to contribute to the reward track. So maybe that's something they could patch up in the future, and I actually don't have enough of the coins to do that. Okay, so we want a tier 2 from this, and I wanted anything that would be an upgrade for this character would be an upgrade for Louis. That is pretty much the way to think about it. And I think, honestly, the cloak, there's a lot of stuff that's useful here. Oh, we have a lot of yellow stuff. Okay, I'll probably focus on the purple stuff first. So I will probably... I think Finesse could definitely be okay with that. Yeah, that seems good. I'll get the cloak and the necklace, and now I have some embers to play with. I don't want to necessarily spend all these, especially on yellow stuff, but I think that is a good start for just straight up spending embers. I also want to go here, and I want to repair, so I don't send Louis some broken stuff. Okay, so that's bound to Louis then, so Louis will need pants. Wait, level 130, there's actually a chance that this could be an upgrade for Louis as well. These are BOE. There is a chance that that's also useful for Louis, new Main Warden. Oh, it is Sunday. Congratulations, everyone. We made it to Sunday. It is now tomorrow, and somebody recommended I do this tomorrow. And it is now tomorrow, and I am doing this. I think that sends with the essences in it. I haven't tested this all that much, and I have heard some weird issues people have had. I think that's more of something in the past, though. Hopefully. Oh, I thought more of my stuff was bound to account, like this cloak. I guess I could disenchant it on Louis. I thought a lot more. Oh, this is crafted stuff. Okay. I can just recraft a lot of this stuff. Like anything that Louis is missing, I could recraft him. The problem is I actually kind of liked when my Warden was my crafter, but that's okay. Well, it's all good. I can get that figured out later. Okay, I seriously did think more than this, though, was bound to account. There we go, we got an earring. Okay, so that was not ideal with the gear, but I got my ember spent. That was the point. I am excited, though, not just because it's Sunday, and now I technically have done my streaming for I'm actually was planning on, my initial plan was to stream later today, like 19 hours from now, but I guess we'll see. I might still do that. I think. I was going to do it, yeah, it depends. I have something that might be a bit late today. Today being Sunday. And depending on that, I might have pushed the stream. It was going to be a WoW stream back to Tuesday. Bright Life, I would guess eventually he'd hopefully come back for another stream. We do apparently have to make an apples tier list together. Yes, I want to go to this character to do the LI stuff. I feel like I'm getting pretty close to done though. Like if I set myself a time limit of say 12:30, I think it's actually reasonable that we could get done by then. So I'm feeling the end of this messy transition is getting near. Yeah, Bright Life is good. It's always enjoyable when he's on stream. I know he did a reaction video, or at least on stream he reacted to my recent video on the trait point changes, which was nice to see. If there ever is a... Are these not the same thing? Is it because they're crafted by two different people? They're both consumed on use. Wait, they're different item level. Am I going crazy? I realize it's late and I'm tired, but they're different item level, yet they're the same thing, and I can't stack them. Huh. Don't know how that happened, but there you go. So what I was going to open was the chest of embers and pigments. Oh, that is all it has. Really? How many figments do I have? I feel like I'm at the cap. Well, I'm not. Okay. There's the Sylvan Quiver. That actually would go with this outfit. I ain't gonna use it though. I mean, I can't not use my very well colored matched green Javelin Warden's pack. But yeah, I got another Shattered Tracery. So we have two Shattered Traceries to... Oh, we have it cracked? I did not realize that was a cracked tracery. Okay. So we actually can get another gold. I guess the question is at this point, what do I want to get in gold? Fist, Gambit, critical chance, and skill damage? Oh, or would I even want a damage over time? Would I just want to get gold for damage over time? Because the thing is, it's really sad with the Warden, but beyond the one tracery that I already had in gold, the other ones are kind of plainish, is how I would end up describing them. I think I actually want gold and damage over time. That's kind of sad, but that is the state of Warden allies. Hopefully I'm not missing something. Maybe I should just look through the Warden list again, make sure I'm not missing something from outside of what I have currently equipped with. The kind of messiness here. Yeah, mastery cooldown. Yeah, I think I'll go 5% damage over time. I think, let me just double check. Definitely don't want just a plain stat one, but heraldry, I don't think it would matter that much for me to get gold. Like if I got this gold versus teal here, to me that's not a big enough difference that I'd want to do that just for more stats. So I think damage over time Definitely damage over time over damage over time criticals. Oh, Belly, you almost wish I was doing this on Runekeeper, so you'd have a clue what you were doing for your Runekeeper, it sounds like. Yeah. This is not the most it's maybe a little bit applicable if you're playing another character. I mean, hopefully it is helpful for somebody. That's only 2% damage over time. I should have actually paid attention. I just somehow assumed that would be 5% more damage over time. So getting only 2% damage over time, I'm now wishing I got something else. But that's okay. Because I think all the clash traceries like that are typically at least 5%. That's fine. Okay, so other traceries. I know I need Shield Gambit Line healing. Just because that's a low level one, but maybe that one I could replace purple. Like, what do I actually want teal that is not already teal? If anything. Surety. Yeah, we'll do Surety of Death damage over time. That'll just be a solution. My favorite starting zone in the game right now would be Iraluin. That could change, though, as early as Tuesday. Do I have marked target double cast chance? I don't remember seeing that in the list. Okay, that's probably another one I should work on as well. These ones I might just do purple for now, though. Like all these other ones. I honestly forgot what the tracer is that I wanted at this point. Was it Surety of Death damage over time? Pretty sure it was on the Javelin. It was... yeah, Surety of Death damage over time. Okay, so we got all those teal. Alright, at this point then, I think I'm going to go back to Louis 1. This one's embers and pigments. So I have even more of those. Okay, got lots of embers basically, but I need to get some deeds for me to find something particularly great to spend them on. Unless I did just get loot box armor as well, which would be after the update to make sure I get the higher item level variants of them, but that's possible. But yeah, I'm thinking I'll do one more wave of changes here with the LI and just see what I can do from Louis-1, then I will work on the gear and that will end up being it. I should probably, if this is going to take as long, oh, of course it's not taking as long as usual, but while I log into the character, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. We'll go to cat cam. I am back. Was she wondering where I went? Did I leave her? Okay. Oh, she wants snack. So, now that I have a better idea of what I am looking for, I will first check my vault. See if that has it. So, tracery token. The thing is it really worth saving up for the next level cap? That's what I'd have to wonder. So if I search here, trace, or since that's tracer. Oh, that's Morgul. Okay. I have a lot of tracery tokens available, actually. I think I should do the seal traceries, because the tracery tokens are guaranteed. So I will just send what I have in the inventory, and whatever's in my vault I'll go ahead and hoard right now. So we'll do Louis and all the tracery, teal tracery stuff that's in my inventory. And what I'm thinking for like future expansions, maybe starting out with the purples is what I could do and hoard those. Because one thing I also have to consider is that if I have all teal in this expansion, then I won't need to replace anything with purples for the most part. So then I can just wait until I get teals in the next update, next level cap raise, that is. Good stretch is helpful every once in a while. Okay, so I think this is the last character switch, so that really feels like progress when I've been bouncing around. I do think this stream, though, we have finally made it more time getting this warden like post-level cap versus pre-level cap. This was the real preparation. Somehow I imagine that this would be like a lot quicker than reality, but clearly not the case here. See, I can disenchant into crafting materials, but can my old one? Nope. Okay, sealed tracery. Let's see. Block. Oh no, the problem is these traceries, they have to go somewhere as well. Okay, we'll send those to Dwarden. Any like traceries that I don't... Shield tactics? Probably wouldn't want to use that one. That's one I already have down there. Critical rating. That one gives crit hit chance. That might be something that's actually worth considering, so I will keep that for now. Fist Gambit critical chance and damage. I think that's one I already had. I think that's one I stripped off Dwarden. Yep, that would be the case. So that one can definitely be sent to Dwarden. But then I think I have a couple token ones here. Or one token one. Steadfast cooldown. I think that's an actual upgrade for me. So we have one and potentially two upgrades here. And then just to clear out this character's inventory some, I'm just going to toss all this stuff up there. Okay, I'm not going to do blocker evade rating, so I feel fine sending that off. Physical mastery. Yeah, I shouldn't need that even as a, like, just potential backup. And then careful step, not going to use that. Okay. And then I have I think it was teal quality barter token, and then I should have one more. If I look at my mail, I should have one more teal quality barter. Yeah, that was a token. Okay. There we go. Having trouble targeting this. Okay, so I would like to get... I can get 2 more in teal. I would like to get the most impactful ones. Which at this point, do I have... That's actually a good question. That might be the roll tracers again. I guess that's cat fur causing my cursor to not behave, basically. But, okay, I have that, I think, set to good. Rages of fear, positional damage. I actually think, based on this list, my ideal teal would either be the heraldry, which I'm not 100% sure on, or it would be... I think over the heraldry, I would get... it would either be the area of effect stuff, which I would probably get AoE targets over one of those, or over base morale multiplier. I shouldn't need base morale multiplier. I know I did just equip that one, but I should ideally not need that one. So that's something that I could replace with AoE targets, which, yeah, teal would actually be really nice for AoE targets, so maybe I'll do that. And then if I decide I want that base morale multiplier, I can just work on that later, really. Okay, so that's one of them. And then the other one would have been... Yeah, the area of effect, attack damage, and crit chance I'm not too worried about. Like, this is the one I'd consider replacing. Actually, should I do that? Area of effect, attack, crit chance. That's going to be so little of my damage. The direct hits from something like Desolation, for example. So I'm going to replace that one, I think. Wait. What did I get? Did I mess up what I bartered for? I think I messed up what I bartered for. That's not good. That's why we don't do this so late. Oh, it was right. It was right. It was just one below. Okay. That's okay, because that means that I can save that for another character or another time. But I think that is how I will work this for now. And then I can get purple and everything else, or I can go with teal. But I think I'll just go with purple with everything else now, which I think is only shield gambit line healing. I think that's the only one I need to replace, so I'll just get shield gambit line healing in purple. And then I will wait until I either just naturally acquire the tracers from now on, or yeah, it'd basically be naturally acquire what I get in the reward track later this season. The only thing is I might want to look at for the roll traceries or the stat traceries, look at the specifically the set bonuses, see what I can do with that. That would actually be the last thing. But I do want to get shield gambit line healing because that one's too low level and doesn't even do anything right now. And then the next step really would be enhancement runes. I would do these heraldries first. I think this can get them 10 levels, and then after that would be the purple ones, which can get them 20 levels beyond that, and it would be the heraldries. That would be all that I'd would level to start. That would be the focus to start, at least. So it would basically be Something like that. And then I did want to look, I got Heroic Precision. So let me put that up here. And then I got another one, I thought. Although I don't see it anymore. Hopefully I did not ship it off, because that would be a bad thing. Ascendant Light. So I actually still have that bonus, but those are 121. That's probably worth replacing. So if I go to 131 rare, we can go to Ascendant Light, and that's 23,500. So yeah, it's just a little bit of a stat boost. I'll get 2 of those to start. And then I think at this point, if I compare like outgoing healing as a warden to anything else, I'd probably rather anything else. So I got my light type damage. 15% light type damage is very good. But then I think the other one would be crit chances. Perfectly fine. I'd have to actually measure attack duration. It's something I don't think I've seen people talk about that all too much. Attack duration. But if you think of it as raw damage, that, if I'm remembering how things work, that would not add up to the crit chance bonus. Yeah. There we go. I think my allies are not fully set up for sure, but they are set up a lot more than they used to be. This character just very broadly is more ready for the upcoming mini expansion. I'm not 100% ready. I think gear is the one other big thing, and going through the gear that I sent over from Dwarden, I'll probably go ahead and equip that. Actually, these boots I think are indeed not an upgrade, even though they're 20 item levels higher. The stats are just that bad. These pants are a little bit different stat wise, but definitely an upgrade. There's a reason I use those on Dwarden over other options. I just stacked so much crit on them. They're my crit pants. I finally have my crit pants back. This necklace, I think even without a tracery, it'd be questionable without a tracery, but it's mostly an upgrade, especially if I need finesse. If I need finesse, it's an upgrade. So I'd consider it. I think I bartered for a cloak, didn't I? Like, I wasn't going to use this cloak. Yeah, here's the one. I'll have to go through the essences with these, but maybe that is something that I can actually save for later. Definitely want to replace that low level ring there. And then as far as physical mastery and finesse, 467 though. Physical mastery crit rating, I think the Fateful Gundabad earring, actually. That one is really good. That one might be better than the gold earring of the High Seat. Yeah, Boromir's death was indeed a bit depressing. Sad. That brings to question, is there another earring that is better? Like one of those scaling earrings? Because as far as I can tell, just looking at the stats, the biggest loss would be vitality. But I get physical mastery. I'll have that covered. I have crit. I get double dip from the main stat, might and agility. It's not the biggest impact, but it's like 14,000 extra physical mastery, so it's even more physical mastery, and I get a little bit of fate to top it off. I think I would rather, if I had 2 Fateful Gundabad earrings, I would rather that, so that means I need to go to my vault and see if the weightless earring of the High Elves. No, there's another one with all of these stats, Earring of the Dead City. I think that one I would actually rather as well. So the XP boosting earrings come in clutch again for stats. And then we got the cloak, got that, got the necklace. And I think, ooh, we hit the 5-hour mark. I think on that note, I am pretty much, I think, ready to wrap up the stream. I will probably generally go with what I have right now. A lot of level 130 armor still, but maybe I'll look into crafting myself a new pair of boots, pants, well, probably not pants, but boots, gloves, chest piece, and helmet, and shoulder pads, and maybe that will get this character off to a little bit of a extra boost compared to where he is now. But he's basically a slightly worse version of Louisden at this point. That's really where we got this character to. Downgraded Louisden, but eventually he will become better. Hopefully the tier 10 delvings actually work out well, and it'll be a nice alternative progression for gearing in addition to like the group content I run. So that's the hopes with it, and that's what this character's main preparation was for. But on Tuesday, the focus is actually going to be leveling a new character, but I still intend to do the delvings. I'll probably do the skirmish Wednesday morning is the anticipation, I think, is when my kin will be on to do it. And otherwise, I think it's time to wrap up the stream. We've been here a while. I'm tired, but I'm excited for Before the Shadow, and I might have another stream of WoW in the next 2 days prior to Before the Shadow. So on that note, if y'all did enjoy this stream, please consider liking and subscribing for more, or becoming a channel member to support the content. And again, also consider checking out the Discord that I have linked there. And thanks for joining, chatting, and watching, everyone.